Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming today. We're going to actually be doing the program at this point. We're actually waiting on Congressman Moran to arrive. He's in traffic, typical DC, stuck in traffic, but he assures us he's en route. But at that point, that certainly gives us the availability to begin today's conference. And we have, I think, a very impressive list of speakers for you. The topic is one that is timely for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that we're coming out of the decade of the brain, 1990 to 2000, and the congressionally declared decade of pain control and research. Many of the neuroscientific agendas that brought together a variety of the sciences, genetics, biology, pharmacology, animal sciences, with the point of the spear being a focus on brain research, created a groundswell of interest in the nature of this thing brain and its potential function mind. Well, understand that the nature of neuroscience is as science. And as science, scientia, it's not just knowledge for knowledge's sake, but rather knowledge which can then be incorporated and instantiated for some human endeavor, for goods, broadly written. That being the case, of course, we also have to appreciate the role of humans in the natural ecology, assuming a pragmatic, naturalistic, philosophical orientation. So, as one begins to take a look at the enterprise of science, certainly the estate of science and biomedicine welded together, utilizing its epistemological capital and then leveraging that both in the anthropologic sphere, human conduct, and engaging that in the ethical sphere, seeking those things that are both technically right and morally good. The notion of neuroscience in many ways has cracked the silos of older, somewhat more dogmatic views, somewhat more anachronistic views of the nature of what it is to have a brain, yet perhaps be a mind. Moreover, this groundswell of information arising out of this pendulum swing of neuroscientific progress was such that many of the views that were instantiated in philosophical psychology then became realized as a building knowledge base that indeed validates and in many ways evaluates the basis of this information. One of the more contentious areas is the one you're here to hear about, is the construct of non-human brain minds. Now, the issue of brain mind is one that I think is a bit provocative by itself. We don't assume any particular Cartesian dualism in this verbiage, but we really don't understand, as you'll learn throughout today's lecture, exactly how it is that brains evoke, give rise, channel this thing called consciousness, cognition, sense, mind. We'll delve down that rabbit hole a little bit deeper, and I'll provide some of that information for you, as will our colleague Jeff Spike, who will be beaming in from Houston. But I think one of the things that becomes important is to recognize that we do have a responsibility to act upon the knowledge we have in hand. Not just in a way that evokes what's sometimes referred to as harmless naturalism, but in a way that bespeaks that level of respect for the knowledge and regard for the way we engage knowledge for those subjects of our moral responsibility. The contentiousness of animal research is certainly not new. And the posture here today is not one that's going to completely disavow the viability of animal research, but rather, how do we push back from what was sometimes referred to as the naturalistic fallacy? For those of you who are not familiar with that philosophical jargon, let's not confuse what ought to be with what is. Animal research is. Biomedical research is. It is an enterprise within the larger estate of medicine. But we have to incorporate an iterative body of oughts. We have to be able to say with an increasing body of knowledge that we accumulate from the sciences, number one, we must put that back into the endeavor of science and use it in ways that are both technically right and ethically sound. And number two, we have to appreciate this in the broader construct. What does this knowledge provide for us to allow us to abandon these older dogmatic ideas, anachronistic concepts, and incorporate a much more enlightened, multi-tiered, and perhaps broader vision of what neuroscience teaches, not as a standalone science, but together with our understanding of genetics and also the humanities. Well, the field is certainly provocative. The field is contentious, and the issues you hear over the course of the day bespeak the erudition of the speakers who we have and their expertise and their ongoing interests. I'll set the groundwork for this. Basically, we understand that animal research exists. We're certainly all familiar with the proverbial 3 R's. It will become a point of discussion, discourse, dialectic, and perhaps some contention throughout the course of the day. We'll make particular premise and positions about the 3 R's and what we may need to do to justify, ratify, expand these, and I'll speak to that explicitly, as will many of my colleagues. But obviously, although we may be talking about this, and there may be talk about this within the scientific community that engages the humanities in this broader scope of neuroscience as a conflative or conciliant field, these ground-up efforts, these bottom-up efforts, can only be actualized by iterative and progressive guidelines that are instantiated by a variety of professional bodies in the sciences and the humanities, by policies that are informed appropriately by the body of understanding, knowledge, wisdom that are the sciences and the humanities, and ultimately changing the way we regard, act, and are responsible, more broadly, to things that, in fact, have a brain and can perhaps instantiate a mind. It is indeed a sea change. It represents a shift, if you will, in the zeitgeist. And I think in many ways it is somewhat long overdue. The talk here today will not necessarily drill down into the contentious area of, quote, animal rights. That becomes a legal issue. I think it builds upon much of what you'll hear today, but rather we'll be discussing the notion of responsibility, based upon asymmetries of relationship, and what we know about those who are the subjects of our moral regard. The program for the day will be as follows. We'll have the congressman who will give his opening, followed thereafter by my actual lecture to you, which will last about 15 or 20 minutes, where I'll try to bring you up to speed on the neuroscience. It's neuroscience in the nutshell. What I like to say is sort of neuroscience made ridiculously not easy. And I think that's important because that helps to open that book of where we are right now in the corpus of both neuroscientific progress and that knowledge that it provides for us as a working tool to be able to then navigate and intuit these shifting architectonics of our responsibilities and perhaps moral realities. From that point, we'll get a slightly different view in terms of the obligations of science as science. That'll be provided by our colleague beaming in from Houston, Professor Jeffrey Spike, who's at the John McGovern Center of Healthcare, Humanities, and Ethics. We'll follow that with a presentation from Dr. Joseph Barber. Professor Barber is both at Penn, at the City University of New York, in the ABC program, the program in animal behavior conservation. His area of interest is animal welfare, bringing a background in ethology and animal behavior from the University of Oxford. Professor Barber will drill down into the notion of what welfare means, the notion of balance of the individual as well as the group, and what neuroscience may be able to compel, inform, and perhaps sustain. We'll then break for coffee and sort of let you wring your brain out a little bit because that was an awful lot of information. And then following our break, what we'll then begin to do is look really how we can articulate folding this knowledge into viable realities, folding this knowledge into the possibility for process and enactment. Well, we recognize that in the scope of research, at this point at least, we are still somewhat beholden to engage the use of animals, but the right use, the responsible use, not only engaging the 3 R's, but perhaps in a more expansive paradigm that I'll throw out there for your consideration. A leader in the field has been Professor Locke, who's been doing work with the Center for Alternatives to Animal Testing, and certainly we know that there are many potential biotechnologies that are on a horizon of possibility and reality today, and of course in our proximate future, that may afford us certain tools with which we can then articulate the scientific endeavor in such a way that is far more responsible and respectful in our recognition of the fact that these creatures that we employ in trying to attain the good of science writ large in an ecological sense may indeed be replaceable, and certainly these paradigms may be revisable and in some ways recuperable. The question is how, in what ways? How do we utilize research at this point in time to be able to move forward and do so in a way that is both technically apt and morally sound? Not utilizing constructs or concepts that are in any way obtuse or abstract, but embracing the naturalistic reality of what we have at hand and recognizing that what we have is certain needs, and what we ought to do is perhaps move towards revision, replacement, etc. But if this is actually to occur, and if groups like those of Professor Locke are to lay down guidelines that are operable within the infrastructure of science, medicine, and its enterprises, that then bespeak perhaps a larger obligation that instantiates moral regard within the public sphere, how do we then navigate that out of the silos of academia and into the social milieu? How do we create the process by which this gains legs? Well, that's the nature of policy. And of course, policy needs to be factually informed, ethically sound, and bespeak those needs and translate them into some actualizable results. Our last speaker of the afternoon will be Ms. Kathy Liss from the Animal Welfare Institute, whose ongoing efforts on these behalves, I think, have been hallmark to demonstrate not only what should be done, but what can be done. And of course, in each one of those iterative steps, we encounter many of the provocative issues, questions, problems in moving forward and creating a sea change in articulating what we know to what we can and what we should do. At that point, we'll take another break, and then thus after, what we'll then do is reconvene for a panel. And that panel will be important because what it allows us to do is bespeak the larger notion of the discourse of what we have, what we could have, and what we need to have. And that allows you, the audience, to engage in a viable QA session with our speakers, and we can guide the discussion. We welcome Congressman Moran. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We appreciate that you're here, and also appreciate your efforts on behalf of the Congressional Animal Welfare Caucus. The ongoing work of that has been very, very influential to utilizing science in those ways and in these apt directions. To introduce Congressman Moran, what I'd like to also do is introduce each and all of you to the CEO and Director of the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies, Mr. Mike Swetman. Mike?
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Thank you all for coming and once again for participating in another event here at the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies. A lot of good friends out in the audience. Thank you again for coming. For those of you who haven't been here before, we're a science and technology policy think tank that has our origins actually in the U.S. Congress. There used to be something called the Office of Technology Assessment in Congress, and that was abolished in 1994. We attempt to perform some of that mission very independently here in the Arlington area, supporting both Congress and the administration. We're located here because within a few blocks of where we're standing are almost all of the science and technology policy investment money that our U.S. government makes, except for the healthcare money, which is up at Bethesda and NIH. All the rest of it is right here in Congressman Moran's district. We've been here since the very beginning of our founding in 1994 because this is where our government, our society invests in science and technology for the good of the nation and the good of our people. And it's here that we can interact with those who invest that money on our behalf. It's my privilege to introduce our congressman who's been our congressman for 2 decades, more than starting the 11th term, I think, now, and long before the Potomac Institute, and long before many of these agencies, DARPA and NSF and ONR, moved here, Congressman Moran helped make sure that they were funded, make sure that there was a priority for science and technology, and very importantly for the Potomac Institute and the causes that we advocate, made sure that policy in Washington, D.C., as much as possible, had its origins in good and solid science behind it. He's been an advocate for that from the very beginning, as one of the strongest supporters this country has for not just the investment of science and technology, but the policy that comes from it. So it's with great privilege that I have the honor of introducing our Congressman, Jim Moran.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do feel quite proud that the Potomac Institute is in my congressional district, and I try to be as protective and supportive of it as possible. So I also want to introduce Barry Laundere, who for some reason is behind the post here, but he handles animal rights issues that we are very much engaged in. I am the Democratic co-chair of the Animal Rights Caucus. We call it the Animal Protection Caucus, because that in itself is a controversial term, animal rights. some people can't even get by the term that, well, animals don't have rights and so on, so we move past that and just call it the Animal Protection Caucus now. But I also have chaired the Interior and the Environment Appropriations Subcommittee. Now, you may have noticed there's been a change in leadership in the House of Representatives, and so now I'm the ranking member. But I still have an intense interest in these issues. The Interior and Environment includes the Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, National Park Service. Most of the issues regarding the protection of animals in the wild. We do get into some of the issues in terms of domesticated animals that are brought to slaughter and all. We share that with the agriculture subcommittee, but we have the Environmental Protection Agency and some of the other environmental groups. And of course, there's a clear connection with the environment in terms of the way we treat domesticated animals. So that's the background. I've been very much interested to see some very brief but interesting synopses of some of the studies that I've been doing, that particularly with regard to the revelation of that so many animals are truly sensate beings and sentient, and that I guess it has to be proven, so I need to read the study, that there's any power of reflection, but there's probably some at least simple capability of thinking, if you will, of developing patterns of behavior, and certainly in my mind there's the experience of pain and deprivation. And humans cause this largely now, and I think that this country, of all the industrialized, civilized countries, has the most to answer for in terms of the way that we treat other non-humans in our environment. It troubles me greatly. I try to understand why there is such vehement opposition to some of the things that we've been trying to do. For example, a case in point, we finally got it through, but we had to water it down a lot. It was banning animal crush videos. Now, these are videos that are quite popular. There's a lot of money to be made in them. There's apparently a fetish that a substantial number of people share. And these videos, I haven't seen them. I know Barry has done research, so I take his word for it, that they show very scantily clad women in high heels. That's one of the principal things. And they show that because this is a professional audience, I guess you're used to dealing with these things. Excuse me if it's too graphic, but it shows them crushing the skulls of small animals, rodents, whatever, on the video. And this is the thing that sells. So because of the proliferation of them, it was a substantial enough problem that we felt we ought to ban them. And we got opposition. It was largely engendered by either directly through the NRA, groups affiliated with it. There's some free speech issues, but we've been trying to ban videos of dogfighting and cockfighting. States restrict that. We now restrict it nationally after some effort. But again, that was seen as a free speech issue. The problem is that they were conducting these dog fights, and of course the more vicious the better in terms of the the commercial sale of them. They were putting them on for the purpose of making the video and then selling it. We make a little progress, but some of the stuff that has been difficult, it's hard for me to get my mind around the opposition to what seems to me very moderate, responsible, reasonable things to do. We finally have gotten some success in terms of stopping the sale of shark finning. Catch sharks, cut the fins off, and let them go. They die. Who cares? We've been working for some time in terms of whaling. Japan is a big problem, but we haven't been as aggressive as I think we should have been. We're trying to restrict the use of dog and cat fur. Well, on this we use the consumer choice kind of argument that we're not trying to ban it. We're trying to let people know what they're buying before they buy it. Humane Society went into, there's a long list of stores, all of the most reputable stores, and they would sample the fur on the accessories, the fur you get around the wrists and the neck and so on. And it says it's labeled as faux fur, but it's actual, canid arts, they're dogs, some cats, that it's actual fur. And they found it in almost 100% of the cases. It's cheaper than you manufacture it. Most of it comes from China, Russia, and Finland, although Finland has tougher restrictions, so I don't want to really criticize Finland. But and the way in which they get it, of course, they don't want to bother with euthanizing the animals. We've seen the videos. They crack their skulls, and in some cases skin them alive. So we thought, well, let's at least get this banned. Tough, unbelievably difficult. We finally got Mary Bono to help us on the Republican side. Puppy mills. Can't we ban puppy mills over the internet? I mean, there's all this inbreeding, and they never give them any exercise. And so people buy them over the internet, they look adorable, they get them home, their heart hasn't developed. And invariably they live a very short period of time. They live in horrible conditions until they're sold to the person who unwittingly buys one that is a product of puppy mills. Missouri is the largest place for puppy mills. Thousands of these puppies. So all of this is the commercialization, the exploitation of other sentient beings for profit. But what I can't get my mind around is how the people involved are able to ignore the fact that this is another living being, part of creation that over which it would seem we should be stewards. I'm going to talk for just a little while in a personal vein, and I'll ask your indulgence to do so. Because it deeply troubles me, not just from a professional standpoint, trying to get this legislation through, which I think reflects the will of the majority in this country, but the opposition that we have. They come almost instinctively. And there are two areas. One is animals in the wild, the other is domesticating animals for slaughter, and I'll deal with both. But the opposition is largely coming from the same sources. Native Americans, they did a lot of things right. They seemed to, I think it was in many ways a more mature culture. They were painted as, savages, but of course, the Seminoles, for example, were anything but. They had a constitution before we did. But they would make decisions based upon how it would affect the seventh generation to come. But they would also use the natural resources around them only to the extent that they needed it. Not for profit, not for the massive accumulation and sale. And now, obviously, in capitalist society, you do just the opposite. But the buffalo, for example. The buffalo, they live with the buffalo. They shoot a buffalo only when they needed it for food, and then they used all parts of it. We, our ancestors, the European colonialists primarily, we come over and we slaughter the buffalo. I mean, you can find some pictures, the Library of Congress has them, other places have them. You can find them in books about the histories of the West. Plains, just, you could almost not see the grass. Hundreds, if not thousands of buffalo just shot in the head and left to rot, for their carcass to rot. They did it largely, I think, because the buffalo were interfering with the grazing that they wanted, or that was a part of it. They were in their way, they were uncontrollable, whatever. We're trying to save now what buffalo are left, and we're running into horrible problems. Same kind of mindset. Cattle grazers. They go ballistic when you talk about saving the buffalo, let alone the wolf or the wild horses. Wild horses, we spent a lot of time on that. These were the Mustangs that roamed the fields and plains of the West primarily. We slaughter thousands of them. Not for this country's consumption, because we don't eat horse meat. We use it for dog food. But we ship them to Canada and Mexico or Japan, whatever, and it's a delicacy. So we're trying to save them. Extraordinarily difficult effort. The ag folks, particularly driven by the cattle grazers, are adamantly opposed to this. And they'll tell you, well, the horses use up more grazing land, their hoofs dig into the soil, and so on and so forth. Horse was an animal that was instrumental to the development of our country. It inspires. It's inspired mankind throughout the planet. You have a statue, up until recently, but you could tell if somebody was shot, they, both feet of the horse are up. One is up that they were wounded, and so on. An integral part of our history. It's these horses that we're talking about. Madeline Pickens is trying to save them, run into terrible difficulty trying to do so. The other issue is domesticating animals. Pigs are smart. And I suspect that you have research to substantiate how smart they are. And yet, here in Virginia, particularly Smithfield Farms, you can go and find hundreds, if not thousands, of sows in crates, can't move. Their only purpose is to suckle. Give birth, suckle, and then they slaughter them. Have no life whatsoever. Chickens. And incidentally, they pollute the streams horribly. It costs us taxpayers billions of dollars to try to clean the water, and Smithfield was one of the worst polluters. They've gotten a little better only because of the political pressure finally. So they get some chickens. We had a salmonella outbreak. Hundreds of people were very ill. We tried to find where it's coming from. It came from Wright Farms, W-R-I-G-H-T, largely located in Iowa. But up in Maine, there's 5 million hens in one coop. And what Wright Farms was doing, they had thousands of violations. They don't care because our law doesn't really punish them, so it's just no big deal. And they would kill them by suffocating them in garbage cans and stuff. It's, they didn't. I won't go into all the gruesomeness. But all of that, plus the way we treat cows, stuffing them with antibiotics to cover up their illnesses. We drag them to slaughter. You know, there are so many ways that we could avoid pain, and for the most part, we don't make that effort. Now, you take all that together, and you find there's something wrong here. I think you can make a compelling argument that what's wrong is not in our interest. It's creating a public health hazard. One of the things that we've tried to do is to, by educating the public, getting them to be more discerning consumers. For example, if you'll go to a farmer's market, you can buy meat there, and you look at the farmer, and we figure that when an individual has to actually have an interaction with another human being, you know, the parents buying food for the family, when that happens, that connection, then there is some moral responsibility. They want what they're selling to provide nutrition, to be healthy, to be proud of what they're selling. But we've gotten into a disconnection where we kind of contract out, outsource to these enormous corporate firms that see animals as commodities, as unit costs. And so we are really responsible for doing that. And that's what they will be the first to tell you. Oh, we're just doing what the public wants. But we're making some progress. You go into the store, even though it's more expensive, you can buy free-range chicken. You can get meat that's humanely raised. You go to Middleburg, and Sandy Lerner has this farm. You know, she really believes in this. No animals were experienced pain in the process of bringing this meat to the table. We're making progress. So you know what we do? The Ag Committee has decided, because out of pressure from the poultry producers, the hog producers, the cattle producers, well, this is cutting into our income. So the federal government goes in and buys all of the meat that the consumer doesn't want to buy because it may be unhealthy. Federal government buys it and makes it available for our school feeding programs and for seniors feeding programs, so that the price doesn't go down, so there's no disincentive to continue the process that they're currently employing. And I got to tell you, the Congress, the current leadership of the Congress is going to do that to a greater extent. Just an aside, a little digression, but you know, one of the things, so many third world countries are agricultural economies. It would be so good if we could import some of the, you know, their agricultural produce, but we don't deliberately. We make sure that they can't be competitive through the industrialization, the mechanization, the fertilization, all of that. They can't even compete. So there's so many issues involved. I know that's a digression from what you're talking about, but you know, these are all moral issues here, and it's very troubling the policies that the American people carry out. Now, when you raise these issues through the research that you've done, it all ought to have an impact upon these policy positions. You know, it should be science-driven. And if we can prove that these unit costs, these commodities, are in fact sentient beings that we don't necessarily have a role so much as having dominion over, as having stewardship of, maybe it will change this mindset. I don't know. I know, and I always offend people, but Actually, I hardly have ever given a speech. I haven't offended some in the audience. I'm sure I'm going to offend some people here. But there's a direct connection as well with this preoccupation with guns. Because it's the NRA that has ganged up with the cattle grazers, who are the biggest opposition to the stuff that we're trying to achieve through the Animal Protection Act. Why? I don't know. But they're adamant on it, and they use their political network. Why we have to have 270 million guns, I don't know, in this country. Imagine if there was ever a revolt, and like we have over in Egypt, and everybody was armed like the NRA wants you to. Oh, the slaughter that would occur. But it's not just being armed. It's maintaining this dominion over animals. The fear that it's going to restrict people's ability to hunt. And somehow now there's an alliance with the corporate agri-producers that, with regard to cattle slaughter, poultry, and hogs. It's a very effective alliance, and it is going to prevail. They will win every issue, at least for the next 2 years. It's a done deal politically. But in the meantime, science-driven policy will at least be advocated by people who understand. And so we will try to get this information out. It's not going to change the law within any reasonable period of time, certainly not over the next 2 years. But what you are coming up with is bound to have a long-term effect on the way we see things around us and the way in which we interact with other sentient beings. That's why it's so important what the Potomac Institute is doing in this area. I spent yesterday, and I'll conclude with this, at NIH's Chemical Genomics Center. We have the ability to bypass the research on animals. We don't need to do it anymore. It's mostly robotic, it's very carefully controlled, and it's extraordinarily effective, more effective than using animal research for almost all diseases. What they do is to take human cells. Often, in this case, most of the cells we were watching were liver cells. But they take human cells, small, minute cells, but obviously that's all you need, and they interact it with chemicals. Chemicals that will result in drugs, are in food, are in the environment, etc. All of the things that come in that we drink or eat or breathe into our systems. And they're taking these cells and they are able to determine what the interaction between the cell and the chemical is. So as we develop that, and as we develop the conclusions that are inescapable, that what we are consuming are also sentient beings that at least deserve to be treated in some humane way, I think we will make progress. That's what an institute like this is about. You build up the foundation, the intellectual, the scientific foundation. And ultimately, I do think it will have a profound impact upon the legislation, the laws, and particularly the attitude that the American public and people throughout the world will bring to their lives and the beings that they interact with, and particularly what they pass on to their children in terms of their value and belief system. So that's what I think this is about. I'm extraordinarily pleased that you're doing this, and as I started, I'm proud of the Potomac Institute Policy Studies, and intend to be as protective as possible of it, and to promote it in every way possible. So thank you for listening to me and
hit on a number of very important points, not the least of which is that as the pendulum swing of science and technology pushes ever faster, farther, and deeper into that horizon of what used to be the unknown but now is the known, it provides us with new techniques, technologies, and tools. Certainly one of the things that has come to the fore is the notion of dominion versus stewardship. In many ways, that engages the issue of the bipolar nature of technological progress. Oh, indeed, we are not only technological agents, but in many ways we are also moral agents to steward the knowledge and capacity that we have in ways that are not only technically right, as I'd mentioned before, that are morally good. A larger issue that the congressman spoke to was how, in fact, we will leverage such techniques and technologies in those ways that recognize the information that science provides to us. What I'd like to do is I'd like to take a bit of time and talk to you about some of these. In frank transparency, I spent the majority of my professional career working at the bench and in the clinic as a neuroscientist. It's only within the past 15 years that I've sort of been kind of born again as a philosopher and ethicist with regard to both my education and its application. And in so doing, one of the major, at least for me, one of the major momentum points was that I spent most of my neuroscientific career as a pain researcher. I looked at the molecular mechanisms of pain and then the expansion of pain all the way from the synaptic to the social. And certainly one of the things that became very, very important was the recognition, as the congressman alluded to, is that many, many creatures are painient. But that the nature of pain also engages some larger dimensions. I have in the audience my esteemed colleague, Professor Peter Moskowitz from George Washington University, and also David DeGrazia from the same institution. Approaching the idea of brains, minds, pain from a variety of different angles. And certainly Professor Moskowitz has developed a very interesting model, the neurobiological model of suffering. And I think one of the issues that comes up over again, as you'll hear in the subsequent lecture by Professor Spike, is there actually a cutoff? Can we create some point to say, well, this is pain, this is suffering? And I think that becomes difficult to do, because suffering creates a subjective dimensionality that is inherent only to that organism. And it's very difficult to gain insight as to, well, do they suffer or do they not? Certainly if one were to look back at the work of Jeremy Bentham, it's not a question of whether or not there's a higher mind or higher level of consciousness or self-reflectivity, but rather, do they suffer? And as a pain researcher, one of the things I can tell you from my own work, both at the bench and in the clinic, and the human side of the house as well as the veterinary side of the house, is that the profundity of the pain experience is not just one of sensation, but also one of perception, particularly among mammals, and now increasingly among other species, inclusive of birds, and there's, I think, a building corpus of evidence to suggest certain reptile species as well, that involve brain networks, neural networks, that engage a variety of different functions, not just pure sense data, but also higher functions that have a very, very broad survival index. I don't want to drill you down into that rabbit hole of advanced neuroscience, but I think one of the things that becomes important to understand is that we've made particular gains in neuroscience. We do understand structure and relative function of nerve cells and neural systems. But in reality, we still stand poised at what I would call the fundamental question, what the neurophilosopher David Chalmers has referred to as the principal hard problem or hard question. We don't know how the gray stuff actually makes the great stuff. Well, these are the hard questions of neuroscience, what Chalmers calls the hard question. How does mind originate in brain? That's not to make any particular assumptions about where it comes from, how it gets there. It's not making any claims about reductive materialism. In fact, I think any neuroscientist who could sit before you and say, I'm totally convinced that this is how it's happened, is probably in error. No one really knows how this happens. Is mind generated from brain? Is it channeled by brain? A combination of both? Perhaps. We haven't gotten there yet. And there are some, like the philosopher Colin McGinn, who says, perhaps we will not. I'm a little more optimistic. I come back with a slightly different question. My working field at this point is the advancement of neuroscience in its ethical pursuits, the field known as neuroethics, that has a number of different traditions, the neurological study of moral decision-making and action, and the ethical issues that arise in and from neuroscientific research and applications. But in both tenets, the question then becomes, well, what can and should we do with the knowledge we have and how do we pragmatically appreciate the knowledge we don't? Well, I think a hinge point in this conversation is to help to ground you to one of the implicit points in the congressman's presentation to you, which is namely the notion of panience and sentience. What is this thing, brain, and how does it give rise to originate, channel, generate this other thing called mind? My colleague in the back of the room, Guillermo Pacheco, and I have argued that perhaps the lexicon, the words, don't do justice to what neuroscience actually has to offer. We're bound up in these older folk constructs of, well, is this brain, is this mind, what's a Cartesian duality or not? We may have to abandon those. We do this all the time. Let's face it, if I had said to you 15 years ago, Google that, and then we can twit about it, you'd be like, huh? Now it's literally part of the lexicon and conversational issue. And yes, in Europe they do say twit, they don't say tweet. So, I mean, Deborah was looking at me like, oh, it's not twit. It's twit. We say it that way in Europe all the time. And so one of the issues that becomes important is how do we define brain? What is this thing, brain, that gives rise to mind? And what is this as a viable construct? This is provocative. I think if we were to sort of sum a poll of neuroscientists working in the field of neuroscience, from sort of synaptic neuroscience, social and cultural neuroscience, they would give you a definition that sounds like this. I would never read a slide for you, but I think it's a slide, a definition that most neuroscientists will feel comfortable with. It describes the brain as a multi-dimensional hierarchical network of systems. Brains grow up in the body in which they are embodied, and they are embedded and nested within particular environments. Conscious process becomes a point attractor. It's very similar to complexity knowledge, very similar to the lexicon we use in computational sciences, and that's true. Because this thing, mind, consciousness, cognition, becomes sort of a computational moment. That's not to say that a brain is a computer, but it works computationally. And what it does is it analyzes ongoing as well as retrospective and prospective information about interiority and exteriority. We could spend hours and hours and hours talking about the neuroscience of cognition, sensibility, consciousness, and intent. And that would put you to sleep in a heartbeat. But suffice it to say that based upon that definition, a construct of the way neural systems work as multidimensional, hierarchical, complex systems, we can then throw down a couple of questions. That operational definition prompts a question. Do all brains function as minds? As some kind of a mind? Not like mine, not like yours. I mean, I could ask the question somewhat hermeneutically, is her mind the same as mine? I can make generalizations based upon, well, I assume that she is a human, but for all I know, I'll take the Dennett argument, she could be a zombie. She could be a wind-up toy. I have no idea other than relating to me. And that's one of the problems with neuroscientific information, is that to probe the depths of that requires some subjectivity. As those who do animal research will tell you, and those who work with animals ethologically, there is a gap. There's an evidentiary gap. I can't ask, how are you? How are you feeling? Even some of the work of our colleague Diana Rice, for example, at City University of New York, who's looking at the notion of self-recognition in animals. Mirror tests are pretty important. But animals may not pay attention to a visual image. Almost tongue-in-cheek, I can tell you that my dog can sniff a chair and tell you who was there for the last 4 hours. I wouldn't recommend trying that trick at home. It's not very good. Although Congressman Hurt works pretty well in the Congress. You might want to try that. It builds alliances and cross-partisan quite well. But I think one of the things that we understand is that there may be different functions by which different species engage so as to be able to participate in recognition, sentience, etc. The question then becomes, well, do all brains function as minds? Yes or no? How much of a brain, how much of a central nervous system, peripheral nervous system, complex hierarchy is necessary to have a mind? The bigger question is, as we're answering these questions literally, well, what do we do with the knowledge we actually have in store? I'll give you a computational analogy, and again, I don't want to default to thinking, well, brains are computers. They're not. But a computational analogy that's worked fairly well and carries across a number of different applications is if the organism seems to have the wetware, the hardware, it is likely that they will run a program. Well, what kind of program? We don't necessarily know what kind of program, but we're assuming this is a program for some type of consciousness. Certainly in my line of work, I could bore you to tears and talk about programs for pain. And we could talk about organisms that have a particular type of neural architecture that will give rise to pain, not only as sensation, but obviously that has some meaning that's relevant to that particular species. Comparing that to human pain may be, I think, a viable enough exercise, but in many ways may be also useless. No more than I can compare the experience, for example, of a squirrel to my own. Different needs, different niche, etc. But one of the things we know is that ongoing studies have shown that we are not alone. Humans are not alone in having the capacity to have a nervous system that gives rise to generate channels, this cognitive set of processes that are viable as consciousness. Some kind of a mind. And even more primitively, in the strictest sense of the word, being able to incorporate pain and suffering in a way that is relevant to their niche, their orientation, their embeddedness in their environment, and what it means to be that thing. We also recognize that some of the older ideas of the way we looked at nervous systems are somewhat antiquated. The notion of Jerrison's encephalization quotient and many of the derivatives that went along with that probably are not as valid as we thought they were. It's not simply a relationship of brain weight to body weight or brain size to body size, but much more how complex is that series of networks based upon what the organism is and does. Good things sometimes come in a very, very small box, and as a consequence we know that there are other neuroscientific approaches that have helped to validate the respective complexification and complexity of other organisms' brains and their capacity to give rise to some form of consciousness as an entertainable, quote, mind. We can ask the question and go through the series. Does it have a brain? I don't think anyone in the audience would go, no. Sure it does. Does it have some cognitive processes? Sure it does. Consciousness? Sure. Mind? The questions are objective questions. And in fact, these are questions that are entertainable in a variety of species based upon what we know not only about their particular neural networks and neuroscience, but neuroscience in general. And you know, although it's very comfortable for us to go, yeah, sure, yeah, sure, yeah, we get a little squeamish at that level, even though much of the work we've actually done has used this as a comparative exemplar, and we recognize that this is the proximity model. The closer the model gets to the thing that we're studying, basically our own cognition, behavior, sensation, etc., then we go, well, this is a good model. But this is also confronting what's sometimes referred to as the extrapolator's dilemma. If in fact I'm extrapolating from this to my own, if it's close enough, then it's like me. Then I have to use that knowledge in ways that I would perhaps use it in things that are like me. And if it's not, then why are we using this as a model in the first place? Now, again, I'm simplifying the issues, the questions, and the problems, and I don't mean to make light of them. And we could drill down all day into the complexities of this. But we can look here as well. If we talk to someone like Irene Pepperberg about the organism in the upper left-hand side of your slide, we could entertain the fact that indeed this is an organism that manifests some form of complex cognition to the point of linguistics. The notion of a parrot. And not just any parrot, obviously. This is a gray parrot, and we know some of that literature. If we talk to someone, for example, like Christoph Koch, neuroscientist, who studies quite a work of bees. Now, although we look at the bee and we say this is a fairly simplistic organism, we're defining the word simplistic as relevant to what? Relative to our nervous system, our niche, our environment, our behaviors? If in fact you were to recognize what it is the bee is doing, then we see that this indeed is a very complex nervous system to engage in complex behaviors, actions, and forms of cognition. We're moving away from that sort of ridiculous anthropocentrism, and obviously each one of these species, albeit a somewhat genetically provocative term, by the way, becomes suspect of saying, well, yeah, sufficient enough nervous system to be able to give rise to cognitive processes that we might appreciate as consciousness, mind. Now we have to confront the hard questions. This is what the congressman has asked us to do. This is what we ask you to do. Obviously, if it has the wetware, it's likely to run some kind of a program. And even if we go to the most simple body of my work, if it can experience pain, then it's likely it does. And moreover, we know that the nature of pain is not only a physiological event, but it is, as pain, something that is psychological, that evokes a possible cascade of events that we know are noxious, deleterious. I would go as far as to say suffering. I can see my colleague Peter squirming in his chair. We've had wonderful discussions about the nature of suffering and its limits, but I think that certainly there is some appreciable nature of what is noxious here. But the big problem is that we don't have access to those brain minds, just like I really don't have access to yours. It's been a real problem when neuroscience continues to confront bridging that objectivity-subjectivity gap. We try through some of the more advanced neurotechnologies, imaging, for example, magnetoencephalography. We try to sort of scan brains and read minds, but still probing the subjectivity of the other, irrespective of whether human or not, can be difficult. And that's something that we have to confront as one of the limitations, but also we have to embrace the naturalistic reality. Although we can't necessarily gain access to it in the first person or maybe even second person, what we have to be able to appreciate is if it has the wetware, it is likely to run some form of the program. Which sort of grounds the whole notion of neuroscience to the phenomenological and hermeneutical questions that have been posed for a long time. I think most saliently and very eruditely by the philosopher Thomas Nagel at New York University. He posed the question he calls a mortal question. What is it like to be he used the word bat. I have no knowledge of what it's like to be a bat. I can't perceive what those ultrasonic vocalizations and sensations would be like. Just as I, standing before you, and I know I look taller on the video, at 5'6", would have no understanding of what it would be like to be Michael Jordan and dunk a basketball in the NBA. I have no idea. I've not done that. Professor Jesse Prince, for example, recognizes that part of the whole notion of consciousness, what we consider the reality of being able to match to sample and create that, has to do with the memory. Have we ever done this? Is it within our possible neurological repertoire? And as a result, the answer is here that we don't know what it's like to be a bat or a primate or a pigeon, Sheila Chase, or a dolphin, Diana Rice, or a lab rodent, virtually all of my colleagues who've worked in the field, or an elephant, or a fish, a la Peter Miller, or perhaps even a human fetus, a senile human. And as we push the limits into this trans and post-humanity thing, perhaps even one day a sentient machine, but I won't even open that Pandora's box. The question is not what is it like to be a, prompts a neuroethical question. What does it matter? I'll throw down what I think it matters. Simply, knowledge is power. With power comes great responsibility. That responsibility is pretty much summarized as how we use what we know and what we don't know may be equally, if not more important than what we know. It bespeaks two interacting dimensions that are fundamental to any philosophy and ethic of science, namely technical rectitude and moral integrity. We heard about them earlier in the congressman's orientation to you. The idea of not commoditizing the subjects of our moral responsibility. Immanuel Kant said it wonderfully. These things are ends, not means. Kant also spoke about asymmetrical relationships and the nature of power, not only in terms of dominion, but of stewardship. This is fundamental. The more we know, the more we're obligated to work with what we know. And indeed, the implications, as the congressman alluded to, extend beyond the boundaries of research. They extend out of the academic and ivory tower silos into the fundamental conduct of our daily lives in a variety of different ways. Certainly one of the things it does is it recognizes a caveat, caution, against prejudicial assignment of what has or is a creature that has an entertainable mind. It moves away from artificial anthropocentrism, and although is unapologetically neurocentric, recognizes that what we know from neuroscience may foster a broader appreciation of, quote, others, other sentient creatures who are not commodities, who are not means, but are indeed ends unto themselves. That then cautions the nature of conduct that the congressman so eruditely and eloquently spoke to. The idea of other selves. Look, human conduct towards humans is not exactly exemplar. One need only pick up the daily paper to recognize we're not the most beneficent creatures that ever graced the planet. But the notion of a broadening ecological ethic, in the strictest sense, housekeeping, recognizing the nature of the other, and not justifying through some false dogmatic or anachronistic means that it's okay to fill in the blank, is certainly one of the responsibilities that should be born of the knowledge we gain from science. This may prompt shaking up the cage a little bit. It may prompt some reassessments of ontological and moral status. Why is it that we think humans are special? But by what category? The specialness has been argued to be only in that we are indeed capable of exercising great power and force, and as a consequence our specialness lies in our ability to assume responsibility and in fact inflict broadly on others. Perhaps. In reality, what science tends to teach, is particularly neuroscience and also genetics, is that we seem to be one among many competent and capable creatures that are able to substantiate some form of cognition and consciousness from this thing called brain. And obviously that would then foster some broadened ethic of regard. Neuroscience and neuroethics posture and position very strongly with regard to that, and I'm here to bespeak that to each and all of you. And so what I'll leave you with is a stance of pragmatism and preparation. We know very well from the research side of the house about these things called the 3 R's. The possibility of reduction, revision, and ultimately replacement. Congressman Moran has spoken, I think, very appropriately to the fact that the ongoing flux and conduct of research is moving ever more towards the possibility of instantiating such replacements of various animal models, but perhaps not others, yet. We have to confront that reality, perhaps not others yet. Perhaps there may be some benefit, but how beneficial is that? How broad a spectrum of use is that? And should we simply turn our head on those things that we've taken for granted in utilizing animals in ways that are inapt, inappropriate, or in some cases just simply fallacious? But moreover, let's not fall victim to the naturalistic fallacy. We know what we ought to do. How do we confront the situation that we are dealt with in the present? Well, the 3 R's bespeak this very strongly. But my colleague Sherry Lovelace and I talked to yet another. 3 more R's that I think are important. The notion of respect for the knowledge we have and the subject of that knowledge. Certainly here neuroscience has gained a tremendous amount of information from the animal model. Are we respecting that model and reapplying that knowledge appropriately, which then speaks to the 2nd R, which is reciprocal translation. One of the things we recognize is that there is indeed a paucity of translation back into the veterinary model. Very often what we'll find is that certain drugs make it up through the clinical trial ladder and then are stalled for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that there may not necessarily be the economic feasibility to advance these to the full market because of distribution and use. Can these then be reciprocally translated back into a clinical veterinary model? And is that indeed viable? And certainly the work by my colleague Robin Dowling in Colorado speaks strongly to that. She was past president of the American Veterinary Pain Management Association and looked very much on how we can engage some of the pain research we're doing in animal models to apply back to animals in the clinic. That's important. And of course responsibility. Responsibility to do what? To de-silo the information and take it more broadly out of the box into social conduct. And that's what I have for you here, and I'll leave you with this. I think the marching orders of Congressman Moran's talk to you was that, yes, what we're doing within the research silos are important. The idea of looking at the nature of animal research, looking where it may continue to be viable and in fact has to be strongly revised based upon what we know. In other cases, recognizing that it is no longer viable and represents a dead-end option, both epistemologically as well as morally. But this does not exist solely within the confines of academia. Those doors should open up somewhat more conflatively and conciliantly in the spirit of science, and in many ways neuroethics as one of the more humanitarian aspects of science, and certainly as one of the more scientific aspects of the humanities. A phrase bespoken by my colleague Professor Edmund Pellegrino with regard to medicine and its broad public and social obligation. Provocative? Yeah. Contentious to some extent. Refutable? No. I think it's difficult to stand before a body of knowledge and say, no, we're not going to accept this. What you do with the knowledge is important, and obviously this may require sea change, which is always iterative, and change always occurs arduously and slowly, but must be done in a process of being well-informed and articulated in such ways. But I think one of the things that comes of this is a viable reconsideration of the practical and moral imperatives that arise, both in research and more broadly writ public and social responsibility. A revision of some of these folk concepts of things like brain, mind, and consciousness, not only in what the lexicon actually confers, but what this means with regard to the articulation and value that we attach to this. And then obviously, if we're going to take this and do anything with it, guidelines and policies have to be developed that do this work. I've tried to give you a snapshot of the neuroscience. I've tried to give you a quick framing of where we are in the contemporary neuroscience to be able to orient you to some of the points of sort of factual solidity, potential contentiousness, and the premises of the discourse that's ongoing in terms of brain, mind, what it means. Cognitive neuroscience, as well as other neuroscientific disciplines together with neuroethics, are painting a picture of a broader sense of appreciation. But the take-home message at the end of the day is the same that it's always been for science, which has been to utilize the knowledge that is at hand in ways that are not only technically right, but in ways that bespeak the moral responsibility to do so in those venues and approaches that are ethically sound. So I hope you use this knowledge as a crux point. Certainly, I think it's influential to the nature of the scope of the day. It grounds you to one small area of science, neuroscience, given the neurocentric approach. Our next speaker is Professor Jeffrey Spike. Jeffrey Spike will be presenting a PowerPoint, and he'll do this. You'll hear the big giant voice, and he'll come on to give you via Skype as well. He comes to you from the John McGovern Center for Health, Humanities, and Ethics at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center in Houston. Professor Spike is a philosopher who's working primarily in the area of clinical ethics and research ethics, and as such approaches the scientific engagement of animal use, animal welfare, and animal responsibility from a scientific and evolutionary point of view that's grounded in pragmatism, nested in naturalism, and strives towards a realistic appropriation of responsibilities. I'm going to turn the whole video thing over to my colleague Matt or Sherry, because I'm a complete Luddite and very stupid when it comes to this. I'll crash all the lights in the system. I do it at least once a week. So at that point, please, if you will, welcome my colleague from Houston, Professor Jeffrey Spike. Need Dr. Spike up.
I pushed it, but it's okay. Can everyone hear me? I pushed
yes.
It, but it's okay. Can everyone hear me? I pushed it, but it's
Hang on. Hang on. We're the Center of Neurotechnology Studies here. It has nothing to do with brain. How do you want to just run it as the overhead, or?
Yeah, just presentation. Yeah,
Alright, they're having some technical problems, obviously, on their end. Now, so what we're going to do is going to change the order slightly while we work out the technical problems. Our next speaker is Professor Joseph Barber. Joseph Barber comes to us from the City University background is animal behaviorist, educated at the University of Oxford. As well, he is at the University of Pennsylvania. My next speaker, please, Professor Joseph Barber.
And I promise you I have no feedback, so you're safe. Okay, so I want to talk today about the many dimensions of animal welfare in terms of both how we understand this topic and how we try to apply this topic on a sort of day-to-day basis. And sort of exploring these principles of what welfare is hopefully going to provide us with a firm foundation to allow us to discuss some of the key aspects that the other speakers today are really going to be focusing on. And ultimately, understanding this term is going to help us understand what it is for us to have the responsible use of animal research, which I think is one of the key aims of this meeting, of this get-together. To do this, we really have to understand what animal welfare is. And we find that it's a very complex term to get around because it involves multiple dimensions across multiple disciplines. When we're thinking about animal welfare, we have to think about economic issues, we have to think about cultural differences, we have to think about certain religious aspects that can sometimes play a role in our understanding of welfare. Today I'm going to focus on the sort of the science and the sort of the politics and legislative approaches to welfare and the ethical questions that relate to our understanding of these different dimensions. Of course, when it comes to ethics, there is sort of no universal rights or wrongs. That's what makes it so interesting and so complex. But hopefully, as we see as we go through this, if we take a scientific approach, then we're going to be in the best position to really make some progress with welfare in terms of being able to apply some of the concepts that we're going to be hearing about today. So, to start off then, what is animal welfare and how on earth do we define this? And I think the best place to start is in the sort of the political and legislative realms because they're very good at defining things. And so if we go to the place that is most obvious, it's the Animal Welfare Act. And this is a good place to start because if you know this act, you'll know that there's about 6 pages worth of definitions of the key terms that are associated with this act. Perhaps surprisingly though, there is no actual definition of what animal welfare is anywhere in the documents associated with this, and I certainly looked for it. It may not be surprising to know that the Act can't define a complex term like welfare when we see what trouble it has with a much more simple term, and that is the term animal. What is an animal? If we sort of look at it from a scientific perspective, we can say that an animal is a living organism from the kingdom Animalia that amongst other traits is generally multicellular, usually rely on other organisms for sustenance, and so it's heterotrophic. It's generally motile and able to move voluntarily, and it's full of sensory organs that allows it to sense what's going on in its environment and respond to those things. To me, that's it's a very nice definition that's very encompassing of the organisms that are out there. As many of you may know, the definition provided by the Animal Welfare Act is much more legally restrictive. And I will read this because it's fun to read. It's an animal is any live or dead dog, cat, non-human primate, guinea pig, hamster, rabbit, or any other warm-blooded animal being used or intended for use for research, teaching, testing, experimentation, exhibition purposes, or as a pet, excluding birds, rats of the genus Rattus, mice of the genus Mus, bred for research, horses not used for research, and other farm animals. And so if we sort of think about that, then the things that are not animals, as defined on this act, are rats and mice used for research, horses not used for research, all the farm animals, and then pretty much every other bird, reptile, amphibian, fish, invertebrate that hops, scurries, swims, flies, crawls on the planet. So there's an awful lot of non-animals out there, and then there's a lot of confusion. Sometimes a horse is an animal, sometimes it's not an animal. It's obviously a legislative convenience to talk about welfare in this term, in terms of the Animal Welfare Act, but it's actually an enormous confusion for the scientists and for the public to do this. And what we really need in sort of the animal welfare science is clarity, a clarity of thought and a scientific approach so that we don't have these weird issues, so we don't have these weird loopholes. In the same way that the scientific definition of animal is where we should go to understand that term, the scientific literature is also where we can go to get a better understanding of the term animal welfare. And when we look through the scientific literature, we'll see that there is no one definition of what welfare is. There are multiple definitions put forward by researchers in the field. What we do find, though, that there are some common key elements of these definitions that are aligned together, that agree with each other. And it's these commonalities in these definitions that can help us come up with a working definition of what welfare is. So if we take the 5 freedoms as an example, these do a great job in breaking down what it is that we should be looking at when it comes to animal welfare. We can look at the health of the animal. We can look at the physiological state of the animal in terms of how that relates to its subjective state, its emotional state. And we can look at the behavior of the animal. And all these specific attributes really then help us to make sense of some more of these broad definitions that are out there, to understand what it is for an animal to cope with things in its environment. And so what we're interested in then when we're looking at animal welfare is measuring the health, the physiology, and the behavior of the animal to help us understand how an animal is coping with the environment that it faces, the environment around it. The one thing that these definitions all agree upon is that the biological functioning of the animal is the same no matter how it's used, whether it's a lab animal, whether it's a pet animal, whether in the case of rats and other rodents we manage it directly as a pest species. The biological functioning of these animals doesn't change. The needs of these animals don't change. So what's important are the responses made by the animals and not how they are used. And so it's really important when it comes to animal welfare that we look at this issue from the perspective of the animal. They're the ones in the conditions, and that's where we're going to get the biggest insight into what's going on, not the fact that we are using them for certain reasons. And welfare is also generally only applicable to captive animals. We don't talk about the welfare of wild animals, and I'll explain why this concept is really only relevant to animals that are in captivity and to animals that we do directly manage. Because environmental factors have a significant impact on the biological and functioning of the animal, or the biology of an animal, a rat reared in a lab or as a pet is going to differ in subtle but measurable ways from a wild rat. Those differences are going to be cognitive, they're going to be behavioral, they're going to be health issues, they're going to be physiological, but there are going to be significant differences that we can ascertain. And this is important because in the case of the comparison between wild and captive animals, in captivity it's humans that have provided all the conditions that have led to these changes in the biological functioning of these animals. We have set up the environment, we have set up the conditions provided to these animals. And so, in a sense, we become responsible, ethically responsible, for the biological consequences of our actions, the consequences that we see in the behavior and the health and the physiology of the animals. And we don't really have the same responsibility for wild animals because we don't control the environment in the same respect. In the wild, it's natural selection that determine what adaptations animals have over evolutionary history to cope with some of the issues that they face within their natural environments. Animals that didn't cope in the evolutionary past didn't pass on those adaptations to the next generation. Those that did have specific adaptations that were helpful passed those on, and these adaptations maximize the reproductive success, the ability to pass on genes in the next generation. So welfare is not applicable then to wild animals because we're not controlling those selective forces. It's called natural selection because those forces occur out there in nature, and we're not involved in that. But one concept that we can take from the wild that is applicable, that does help us with our understanding of animal welfare, is this idea that animals tend to do better if they're in environments that allow them to use their natural adaptations. So simply put, burrowing animals are in a position where they can burrow. Predatory animals are in a position where they can hunt. This is going to be the best match for these animals. But welfare needs to address more than just this, because the reason that animals have these various behaviors, these various adaptations, is to basically maximize their ability to pass on genes to the next generation. It's not to live long, happy lives as we might like to imagine animals living. And in many cases, wild animals performing those behaviors that they're most highly motivated to perform put themselves in a position where their health is often generally compromised by this experience. So evolutionarily speaking, good health, long lives aren't really necessary for reproductive success to be maximized. We look at these issues from different perspectives. We look at it from wanting ourselves to live long lives and be happy about that, whereas in the animal kingdom we're looking at maximizing that passing on of those genes to the next generation. And it's reproductive success that's really the selective force that's pushing things over.
Could you explain what we're looking at here?
These are two elephant seals in the midst of a reproductive fight.
I'm sorry I asked. I just it wasn't immediately apparent to me, but I'm sure the rest of the audience understood.
Yes. It's not pretty, but that's what they do. If we look at wild animals, we'll generally see that they spend a lot of their time being sick, being injured, being covered in parasites, starving, doing all these things that we generally think are not good. But we don't assist, because we know that there are predator-prey, there are parasite-host, there are hierarchical relationships within and between species that we cannot and that we really should not interfere with. When we start to interfere with these things, that's when everything starts to go a little bit pear-shaped. But as soon as we start putting these animals in captivity, we are then changing the conditions. We can't just then say that the consequences that we're seeing are just part of the natural order, part of the natural world, because we're the ones that are controlling the inputs, the environment, the condition, the treatment of these animals. And so once again, we become responsible for our actions. Everything that happens in captivity is a consequence of human decision-making and human actions. Now, if we go back to our elephant seals, and this is an even bigger picture of something that is kind of weird looking, we'll see that these animals actually have more control over their environment in the wild than many animals do in captivity. They have a choice of what behavior to perform and when. They have a choice to say, well, I'm going to engage in a conflict with that male, or to say, I no longer wish to engage in the conflict with this male because it's all going horribly wrong, I'm going to leave. So that they have that degree of choice. When it comes to captivity, the sort of the injuries that can result from these natural behaviors can be triggered by and can be escalated by the conditions that we provide. If we put two of these males during breeding season in a small enclosure where one male can't escape the other, then the ability to separate from that conflict is going to be minimized. And so the injuries that result from these natural behaviors might become more extreme. And again, that's something that we have to take responsibility for. So animal welfare then is only relevant to capture situations where we're dealing with animals, where we're providing the conditions for the animals, where we're managing the environment for those animals, and where we can actually measure what's going on with those animals. And being able to measure welfare is a sort of a key aspect of it. It's very hard to measure the welfare of animals out in the wild. They're doing their own thing, and there are lots of confounds. Much easier to do that when, of course, we're controlling all of the conditions that are out there. There is no one measure of welfare that we can use to give us the sort of the answers that we're looking for. And we can take a triangulation approach. We can look at multiple measures. Sometimes it's confusing, but it's really the best approach to look at these different perspectives that the animals experience, and then be able to make a more objective statement about how the animals experience the world around them, what their welfare state is. Now, obviously, health is an important criteria, and injuries and diseases are negative health states, just as they are in humans. Now, in many cases, animals can cope with health issues, but the health issues still affect and impact their welfare. Again, as in sort of the same way as humans. And simply put, animals that aren't sick, that aren't injured, are generally better off than animals that are, from a simply health perspective. Because there's no real biological benefit to being sick or injured. So, health is one of those fairly straightforward concepts to define and describe. A more specific aspect of health is looking at the sort of the physiological state of animals. What's going on inside, all the hormones and interactions and nervous systems at that kind of level. For example, looking at the stress response that animals might have to certain stresses in their environment by measuring hormones in their blood, things like cortisol. The problem with physiological responses is that they are not as black or white as health issues. With an injury, you either have it or you don't. With physiological responses, they occur on a continuum, and we have to be able to interpret what's going on within that continuum. And different stresses in the environment are going to have different effects on different individuals, between species and even within species, and we have to take that into consideration. And despite its name, if we're dealing with stress, stress is not a negative thing when it comes to welfare. It's not a positive thing either. It's an adaptive approach. It's an adaptive response to conditions where animals are trying to cope with the stresses that they face. So it's what animals rely on to try to cope with these issues. What we should look out for is to see whether the stress response is acute, which suggests that the behavioral and the physiological responses actually help the animal to cope with the stressor that it's dealing with in the environment, or if they're more chronic, which suggests that the animal isn't able to cope with the stressor in their environment. And chronic stress can lead to serious health issues. Sort of a long-term high level of cortisol in the blood can sometimes inhibit the immune system, which leads to health issues further down the line. So the physiology and the health are very much interconnected. Then we can look at behavior, and there are measures of behavior that we can use. Some are very obvious. They are behaviors that cause physical injury. So lab primates that bite their own limbs, or poke their eyes, or bite their own tails, commonly seen in sort of lab situations where these animals are reared in solitary conditions or weaned early from their mothers. There are also other behaviors that researchers have found to be associated with aversive conditions. the sort of the abnormal repetitive behaviors you might see in a big cat pacing to and fro in a zoo, over-grooming in parrots, swaying and bobbing in bears. These are all behaviors that only occur in captive situations and are a result of a mismatch between the animal's needs and motivations and the environment that it's in. And behavior can often be used to interpret what's going on. So an animal with an injury whose behavior doesn't change very much may be better off than an animal with an injury whose behavior significantly changes. Although, because many species mask their behavior, or mask their pain and mask their injuries, looking at the physiological state of the animal, which is something that animals can't mask, might be the decisive factor that allows us to figure out what impact on that animal's welfare is truly occurring. And behavior is also one of the best tools that we have to get insight into what individual animals see as positive and negative within their environment. If we put 3 animals on a roller coaster, like this, and sort of go through and assess their experience on this roller coaster and look at their behavior, look at their physical health, look at their physiology, we're actually going to see very similar responses from these animals, even though they're very different species. And this is the type of responses that we're going to see. But none of the responses by themselves tells us whether this is a positive or negative experience from the animals. Once again, these are just adaptive responses that animals will face when dealing with a stressor like being on a roller coaster, which is, many animals haven't been on yet, but if they were, this is the kind of thing that you would see. A much clearer way to determine what's going on then is to try and find a way, an experimental setup, to allow you to measure the motivation that these animals have to obtain or avoid certain conditions. So how motivated would a human be to get back on that roller coaster? And we see examples of this because people will pay the $50 and they will stand in line for 2 hours to get back on a roller coaster at Disney's Magic Kingdom, even though they showed some of those same physiological responses that I just showed you. We can do similar types of experiments with animals as well. We can see how motivated they are to obtain resources or how motivated they are to never have those experiences again, and use that as a sort of an indicator of exactly how these animals experience their environment. But the responses of animals are individual specific. They're going to be dependent on the age of the animal, the sex of the animal, the rearing environment, the previous experiences of the animal, the sexual status of the animal, even the prenatal environment that their mothers are in can affect how they perceive and respond to the environment. And we have to take into account that there are going to be these differences between individuals within the same species. Because when it comes to welfare, the goal is not just to provide sort of average welfare or sort of a good group welfare, but to actually focus on the needs of individual animals that we come across. Average welfare suggests that some animals in this continuum are going to experience great welfare, and some animals are going to experience kind of poor welfare. And you sort of average it all together, and you go, yes, everyone's kind of experiencing averagely good welfare. And that's not really the approach that we need to take. We need to understand the individual differences that animals have and experience in the environments that they find themselves in. Okay, so that's why I've tried to sort of define or describe what welfare is from a scientific perspective. But what I haven't really done is told you what the difference is between good and bad welfare and how we can tell the two apart. And this is where it gets tricky, and we sort of already had mention of this before, in terms of there is no predetermined cutoff point. There is no objective cutoff point that exists that says now the animal is experiencing good welfare, but now it's experiencing poor welfare. And whether we're looking at some measure of behavior, a percentage of abnormal behavior, or some measure of health, like parasite load, or even combining these measures, there are no cutoff points that we identify that tells us what is good and what is bad. And it's often left up to us to determine subjective and somewhat arbitrary cutoff points based on our own ideas, based on our own moral structures or ethical criteria that aren't really based on any science, or not as much science as necessary to make these sort of more definitive cutoff points. To find more science-based cutoff points, we have to understand how the animals experience the environment around them. We have to be able to understand when these experiences become important to the animals as they're experiencing them. And you've already heard about research that gives us a sense of what it is that animals can experience. What are those subjective states that they use to figure out what's going on in the world around them? What we can't do is just use our own experiences as humans as a sort of a template to figure out what's going on. Because even at a very basic level, we differ significantly from the other species that are out there. We don't see in the UV spectrum like some birds and insects do. We can't navigate through our environments using electrical currents or smell. We don't hear ultrasound or infrasound like elephants or some rodents do. These are just different ways that animals sense the environment around us. But they do suggest that because they have these different sensations, because they perceive the world slightly differently, that there are opportunities for these animals to experience the world in a way that's fundamentally different from the way that we experience the world around us. So does this animal experience emotions? Does it experience the same emotions that we do? Does it experience emotions that we don't experience? These are hard questions to answer, as you heard, and they're even hard when we're talking with other humans. They become harder and harder the further away the species become to the way that we live our lives, to the way that the world exists around us from our own experiences. So the sort of the slow-paced, solitary life of upside-down life of a sloth is fundamentally different from the way that we experience the world around us. And so, that might mean that they experience emotional states and subjective feelings that are incomprehensible to the way that we experience the world. The only way to answer these questions is ongoing neurological research, ongoing behavioral research that tries to break this down. They're difficult questions to answer, but they're fundamentally important because our understanding of the answers is going to affect our treatment of animals in the future. Because the greater sentience, the greater the ability that animals have to experience the world in a complex and meaningful way, the more moral scrutiny there needs to be for our treatment of these animals, even if their experience of the world is different from ours. As in humans, subjective states can affect health states. I sort of made mention of this before. Chronic stress, chronic frustration, chronic pain can ultimately lead to detrimental and long-term health issues emerging or developing. Health issues that we can all mostly agree upon are things that we should be avoiding in captive situations. And if poor welfare is defined by these issues, by these negative health states, by conditions where animals are failing to cope with the environments around them, failing to cope with stresses in their environments, then we have to understand that these are biological constants. So a chicken in someone's garden, a chicken in a petting zoo, or a chicken in a battery farm, they're all going to experience the world in the same way. And our understanding of what represents good welfare and bad welfare for these animals must be the same. So poor welfare must be poor welfare however these animals are used, because they are scientific concepts in terms of how we understand them. And so, although at this point in time it's still our own ethical values that ultimately determine the point on this continuum where we decide where good welfare turns into poor welfare, there's no good reason why this point should change just because we're using them in slightly different ways. So by focusing on the science of welfare, rather than the philosophy or the ethics or the economics or any of those other dimensions that I mentioned, we're best positioned to really better meet the needs of the animals that we're dealing with. And really this, taken to its logical conclusion, leaves us with some principles that can help form the foundation for our understanding of what the responsible use of research truly is. And these principles include the fact that our use of animals should be contingent on our abilities to meet their needs, and that these two factors need to be re-evaluated on a regular basis. Our understanding of those needs change, our use of those animals change. We can't just define one law and then leave it static. Unlike in the wild, the long-term health of animals in captive situations is our responsibility, but health needs can't trump behavioral needs. We can't wrap animals up in cotton wool or bubble wrap and put them in sterile environments and hope that they're going to get on well. It's not going to work. And then we have to grapple with the fact that captive conditions that fail to meet the known biological needs of animals might really be unethical or ethically questionable, especially if we know that good science has been ignored along the way. And so this is just another element that we have to deal with. So we do need objectively defined ethical cutoff points between good and bad welfare. And we're probably going to have to figure out that there is no point that everyone is going to be happy with, and there aren't going to be perfect ones. But the process of looking at these questions from a scientific perspective allows us to continually reevaluate what we're doing based on the research that's been performed in the welfare sort of field and neurological fields, based on our greater knowledge of the subjective states of animals. And so legislative rulings and protocols for using animals in research need to evolve along with our greater understanding of these issues, and do so consistently throughout the animal spectrum.
What we'd like to do now is we'd like to take a brief break. We have coffee for you, cookies, all kinds of goodies right next door. I think we filled your head with a bunch of information that you should find at least enlightening, if not certainly provocative. So at this time, what I'd like to do is break for about the next 15 to 20 minutes. We'll reconvene here in about 10 after 2. And we'll reconvene with the second part of our program. We'll jump in with Professor Locke and Ms. Liss. And then we'll take yet another break, and then we'll reconvene once again for our panel and QA. Once again, please, thank you for your attendance here today. We apologize for the technical difficulty on Houston's end, and hopefully we can make it up here with cookies and some coffee. Please, thank you much.
It's a fun platform to utilize. It's tricky to get your head around because it's not slide by slide, it's just big whiteboard. Put everything on.
It was rapid, gorgeous, and it's very clear. You got the interdependent points, so I just thought it was.
So we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks. Come on.
Good. No. Very good. Someday I will disabuse you of the computational model. I've actually been looking at the other one. While we're broadcasting it.
You know, if I said that,
check the,
But people think of the mind as
to make sure the presentation was the right one.
I was brought up with this tutelage. You're conscious, and then if you're human, you're consciousness.
Oh,
And maybe
can we
how
just
you're
double, I just want to double check that we have the right
Maybe
title
how
on
you're
hers, because she said she
but
changed
that
it a couple
very
times.
few.
So I want to make sure we got the right
So
presentation.
you want to pull this one down and
Yeah.
look at
hers. So how do we,
consciousness.
okay.
Spacebar? Although they're quite conscious, and I think that they have cognitive ability.
His is ready to go.
The question then becomes, though,
And it gets very philosophical.
Oh, it does.
And philosophy was my minor, so that's another subject. So it's sort of like, I was like looking at your reference in your paper, and I was like, I'd rather have.
Is our logo underneath this? Is our logo underneath this?
I really think it is a computational issue. You know, and I
We're gonna do this for right now, because I want her to see that, I want her to see that name. And ask her if it's the right one, because she is on the side.
To me, it's an information processing phenomenon. And how self comes out of that computational thing is wonderful.
That discussion, that's what I'm talking for 3 hours. I couldn't. You can't do it. It's too much. You just can't fit that in with but it's great.
Yeah, we should
never
just
caught
have
it.
lunch
Never
and talk more.
Hopefully you'll enjoy it.
Oh, right.
And again, I apologize spontaneously.
No, we did. Like 50 times. Jim? Jim? Now? You are PAL, right?
I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention. We'll take another break of about an hour. It'll be different cookies, more coffee.
I was talking with our host.
When you're full. I know exactly. We had this discussion on this morning. Like, you know, lack of preparation is not an emergency, nor should it constitute quality control to show on that part. You know, as I said, we are cutting more slack than we're allowed anyone.
There's this extra one.
You have to do. We gave him the benefit of the doubt, and now he's going and I'll re-apologize to the group. It was just a technical glitch, but I'm going to make sure that we know it was not on our fault. And I'll be explicit about that. So we're not going to wear that. And welcome back. Hopefully you're enjoying our cookies and our coffee. And we'll have more for you. We have the break after our next two speakers. What I'd like to do at this point is shift gears slightly. And in shifting the gears, what I'd like to do is downshift. I'd like to bring it now to where the rubber hits the road. We've gotten this morning, I think, two philosophically oriented lectures that certainly begin to pose the picture of linking neuroscience to a neurophilosophy, not in the sense of Paul or Patricia Churchland's neurophilosophy in that construct, but a philosophy in terms of the three things that philosophy does very, very well. It creates an epistemology, it engages it in the anthropologic sphere, and it focuses on those things and deals with those things ethically. Philosophy also does something else. It creates certain metaphysical foundations, and the metaphysical foundation from which we're working today is one of a naturalistic orientation. But given all of those things, once again, the orientation that goes from the anthropological to the ethical is enacted in the domain of human conduct. So it's not just a question of what we know, how we know it, and what we perceive or what we purport these goods to be viable as or for, but how do we move in these directions? And this is where things get difficult. Understanding neuroscience is one thing. Understanding how neuroscience comports with science at large, and perhaps even human conduct, is still another. Actualizing that, realizing that, recognizing the steps, the iterative steps towards a potential sea change, writ both small and large, writ within the research community as a viable, entertainable forum in which much of the conduct of science is engaged, and opening that up more broadly and saying, what about the forces that control research, that affect science, that science affects, and of course, the public sphere, moral regard, public activity. How does this knowledge affect the broader milieu? That's where we're going. That's the turning point that we're at now. Our next two speakers of the afternoon, I think, are exceedingly well qualified, both by their engagement and their experience, to provide for you a really good snapshot of what's going on in the field. Our next speaker is Professor Paul Locke. Professor Locke, having a number of academic degrees, obviously well qualifies him to speak to the often interesting and not non-conflictive intersection of public health, medicine, bioscience, and law as a foundation for and strong articulator of policy, and what policy means ultimately in regard to legislative language. Professor Locke comes to us from Johns Hopkins University, where he's at the Center for Alternatives to Animal Testing, and he's been a strong and ardent voice in the field for a number of years. In fact, anyone who's been working in this area at all over the past 10 years and change should be very workingly familiar with his ongoing efforts. Would you please welcome our next speaker for the afternoon, Professor Paul Locke.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back from the break. As you heard, I'm Paul Locke. I'm from Johns Hopkins, and I want to start out by thanking the conference organizers, especially Dr. Giordano, for inviting me here to participate. For the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to be examining the role of the 3 R's in U.S. law and policy, and I want to talk about the implications of biomedical research and toxicity testing. I need to apologize in advance because my slides are very text-heavy. This is sort of an occupational hazard for anyone who discusses laws and policies. They don't really lend themselves that well to PowerPoint, but PowerPoint seems to be the currency of the nation, and maybe some people would say it's a drug, and I am addicted. So forgive me in advance for the text-heavy slides. Now, to start, I just want to give you a quick overview of my presentation. First, I want to introduce our center, and I want to talk to you about the center because we're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. So we have a long tradition of working on scientific issues, and particularly on alternatives. I then want to define something that I'm going to call the law of humane science, and that's the body of U.S. laws and policies that really implement the 3 R's. And in doing that, I'm going to examine quickly about 5 key federal laws and some policies that impact humane science. And I'm going to talk about how these laws do or don't incorporate the 3 R's. I'm going to conclude my analysis with a challenge, a look at the challenges that exist today. And I hope that I can point out to you that I believe we still have a long way to go before our U.S. laws fully embrace the 3 R's. And also that there's some steps we could take to improve the practice of humane science and better embrace, especially replacement alternatives. So let me talk about the Center for Alternatives to Animal Testing, or CAT. As I mentioned, we were founded in 1981. We were founded by a grant from the cosmetics industry. The reason that the cosmetics industry came to Hopkins to form CAT was because of a gentleman named Henry Spira, who was an activist, and for those of you that may remember him and some of the great things he did, he really took political action and put it into play, especially around cosmetics. He was the individual who was responsible for putting the full-page ad in the New York Times that said, "How many rabbits does Revlon have to blind for beauty's sake?" I'm maybe paraphrasing it, but I think that's the general gist of things. What he did sort of on the science side was he really woke us up to the fact that we really needed to think about how to do research in a way that did not always involve animals. And the cosmetics industry being particularly interested in this because of the jolt he had given them, and for some other reasons, I think legitimate business reasons, came to Hopkins and offered us a grant, and that's how CAT got going. Now, what we've done from our inception and what we do now is we're really dedicated to the improvement of animal and human health through the advancement of humane science. And we try to work across sectors. We involve government, industries, and academia in our programs and our efforts, which are really designed to implement the 3 R's. So we are an advocate for alternatives to animal testing because we feel that very often alternatives do offer the best scientific approach to problem solving and the discovery of new biomedical knowledge. And this is just a shot from our website, which is reprinted below. Our address is reprinted below. I want to just point out one more thing about our center. Our current director is Dr. Thomas Hartung, who's an MD and a toxicologist, and he comes to us after leading the European Union's ECVAM, which is the European Center for the Validation of Alternative Methods. Our founding director, Dr. Alan Goldberg, is a professor of toxicology and has been a professor of toxicology for Hopkins at about 30 years. Both have published extensively in the field. This is an article from Scientific American that they collaborated on a few years ago. So let me now move on to the discussion of the law of humane science and the key role that it plays in framing the way the 3 R's are practiced in the United States. First thing I want to do there, and I think a good place to start, is to recognize that while humane science law has its roots in several areas of the law, it can be best thought of as a branch of the rapidly evolving field of the animal law. Now, I know there are not that many lawyers here, and I won't ask you to identify yourself if you are a lawyer, but if you have followed at all what's going on in the legal world, especially the educational world, you will be aware that law schools are really accelerating their teaching of animal law. Whereas maybe 5-10 years ago there might have been 5 or 6 schools that had animal law courses. Now there are well over 200. So this area of animal law is a very important and emerging area. Now I would describe animal law as the body of laws, state, federal laws in the United States, also international treaties and protocols that define the relationship between humans and non-humans. And I think it can be divided up into several subfields. We've heard about some of these today. That would include laws that relate to companion animals or pets, to farm animals, to wild animals such as statutes covering hunting and biodiversity, and those that cover laboratory animals. In fact, Congressman Moran spoke very eloquently about really all of these fields. Now, if we're going to focus specifically on the area of humane science and humane science law, I would define that as the body of humane principles in U.S. laws that elucidate the relationship between animals used in research and members of the scientific community. This includes all of those laws and policies that cover breeding, housing, transportation, and husbandry of laboratory animals, the process that governs selection and use of such animals in laboratory use and protocols, and the review and oversight of research protocols involving animals. And when I define the term humane, at least in this context, I'm really going to focus on humane care. As defined in the new 8th edition of the U.S. Guide for the Care and Use of Laboratory Animals, which was published in December of 2010, humane care comprises those actions that make sure that laboratory animals are treated according to the highest ethical and scientific standards. The new guide, as did the old one, I believe, requires that institutions have a humane care program that builds a laboratory environment in which respect for animals is valued and encouraged. This is important, I think, because it evidences a basic philosophy that animals have intrinsic value, and in the laboratory environment a culture must exist that reflects this value. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, I do want to point out that I was a member of the National Academy of Sciences committee that wrote this new version of the guide. That being said, my interpretation of the guide is my interpretation. It represents my view. I'm not here to represent the views of the National Academy, the National Research Council, or my fellow committee members. I know that's spoken like a true lawyer, but I do want to at least point out that I have a strong interest in the guide, and I have an opinion about what the guide says, but that my committee members of the National Academy may not share that opinion. It's probably a good idea to spend just a little time on the definition of the 3 R's. Now, we did hear a fair amount about the 3 R's, but I wanted to take this from the perspective of the guide. And in the guide, we do talk about the 3 R's as representing a practical method of implementation of the humane science principles. And we do define each of the R's, replacement, refinement, and reduction, in some detail. This is an excerpt from the guide, not complete, but I would say about 70% of what is there. So we know that replacement refers to methods that avoid using animals. This includes both absolute replacements and relative replacements. And absolute replacements are, of course, you would replace animals with systems that don't use any animals. Relative replacements, you would replace animals such as vertebrates with animals that are lower on the phylogenetic scale. Hopefully, I think the belief behind that is those animals would have less of a chance of experiencing pain and distress. And that is, it gets right to this whole issue of refinement. And refinement is really talking about modifications in husbandry, experimental procedures, those things that we use to enhance the animal's well-being, minimize or eliminate their pain and distress, of course, using analgesics and other things to make them more comfortable in the event that pain or distress is inflicted. Reduction really talks about how you would get comparable levels of scientific information using fewer animals without, of course, increasing pain or stress. Because in the long run, you want to get the same scientific information using less animals. So now, the other thing I wanted to point out is that the 3 R's were introduced in 1959. Since that time, their definitions have evolved, and different people have slightly different spins on it. I wanted to present this definition. It's the one I'm going to use, but there are many definitions out there that may be slightly different that you're familiar with. All right, so what are the building blocks of the law of humane science? Well, there are, as I said, about 4 or 5 laws, and I'm going to focus on them today and go through them very quickly. These include the Animal Welfare Act, which I think Dr. Barber described very well, and I'm going to take just a little time to talk about that. I also want to talk about the Public Health Services Act and the Public Health Services Policy. A law called the ICVAM law, which many of you may not be familiar with, but it's very important for toxicity testing. And also some data gathering statutes, because there are statutes that force data to be gathered for regulatory purposes. And in the environmental field, those are TSCA and FIFRA, and I'll talk more about those. And in the food and drug field, the FFDCA, which I won't have time to talk about. There are also some key policy documents. One of those is the guide, which I've already mentioned. And another important one is the Public Health Services Policy Statement on Animal Care and Use. So the Animal Welfare Act. First, I have to admit something to you. When Dr. Barber talked about the Animal Welfare Act and rightly pointed out that the term animal welfare is never defined anywhere there, and he expressed surprise at that, I sort of actually had a very, very lawyer-like reaction. Says, oh yeah, well that's just the way it is. A lot of law is counterintuitive. So he had sort of logical reaction. I'm clearly tempered by my my degrees. So it's not surprising to me that a term as complicated as animal welfare would be, shall we say, absent from the law. That might be left, Congress might have left that to the regulatory agencies or others in the field to define. But even though it's not defined there is quite a bit in this law that relates to humane science. We know this law is administered by the USDA, not the USCA, that it's applicable to facilities that use animals in science, that it does define animals as warm-blooded creatures, but rats, mice, and birds bred for research purposes are excluded. So if you were doing a field study on rats, mice, and birds, since those weren't bred for research purposes, those would be included. But if you breed your rats, mice, or birds, those would not be included. It is a little strange, isn't it? And there are political reasons why these definitions are the way they are, which we won't go into unless you want to pick that up during the discussion period. Now, one thing the Animal Welfare Act does is it establishes this system of self-regulation. And really what this is all about is creating these IACUCs, these institutional animal care and use committees at facilities. And they're really key in implementing the self-regulatory system that is central to humane care. I should also point out, I don't know if you mentioned this, but about 95% of animals used in research are rats, mice, and birds, bred for research purposes. Now, the Public Health Services Act is an act that contains provisions that cover facilities that use laboratory animals as well. It's applicable basically to any institution that receives research grants from the National Institutes of Health. So it has a very, very wide reach. And unlike the AWA, it does cover rats, mice, and birds bred for research purposes. So IACUCs are established at those facilities, and they have to watch the rats, mice, and birds and review those protocols. And that means that although we don't count the number of rats, mice, and birds used in the United States in any sort of official way, that means that my guess is most of them are covered under Public Health Services Act. So I mentioned another key policy, and that's the Public Health Services Act policy. And I set it out in its entirety here. And it's not required reading right now. But I did want to just point out, it does incorporate the 9 principles of the federal government on the utilization and care of vertebrates in testing, research, and training. Now that's important because those principles do endorse and include the 3 R's and more. And this brings me back to one of the major points that I hope has come through so far during my presentation, and I'll continue to emphasize, and that is that the implementation of the 3 R's is really the backbone to humane science law in the United States. All right, so I'm going to talk now about this law, the ICVAM Act, and how many of you have actually heard of this? Oh, that's pretty good. The ICVAM, by the way, stands for the Interagency Coordinating Committee on the Validation of Alternative Methods. And this was a law that was passed in 2000, and it really created a law around something that had already existed voluntarily in the federal government. So the law sets up this coordinating committee of 15 federal agencies, including the Library of Medicine and a whole bunch of regulatory agencies, to look over the process of validation. Now, the goal of this law is to promote validation of alternatives and also to implement a 3 R's approach to validation. And it's really very, very important, maybe not so much for biomedical research, but absolutely for the area of toxicity testing, which is an area where I do a lot of my work. And that's because if you have a validated test, and validation basically means a test that is shown to be reliable and relevant for a particular purpose, then the data from that test is much more likely to be considered by a federal agency in decision making. That's the regulatory acceptance piece of it. So validation is a key hurdle that alternative tests have to jump. Now, if you visit the ICVAM website, you will see a table, and there's some other information that shows the alternative tests with which it has been involved. Using that information, there's a table on the next slide that was compiled, and that focuses particularly on replacement alternatives that ICVAM has approved. So let's go to that now. Now, on this table, what you see are that ICVAM has approved about 9 alternatives. And this is based on data that's about 2.5 years old. So there may be some additions here, I just don't know. I have not updated this table. But there's a couple of things I wanted to point out. First of all, of the 9 things listed here, 5 of them fall into the relative replacement category. That is, they use discarded tissues or animal parts, they are not an absolute replacement. Really only, I think, 4 of them are absolute replacement techniques. And it does really raise an important question, I think, and that is whether the U.S. laws of humane science are really implementing the 3 R's. Because if they are, and we look at this as an indication, we see that there are not a whole bunch of alternative tests, replacement tests, that have been validated. And if you are not going to fully implement, fully validate these tests, it's going to be very difficult to get them into the legal system so that they can be used in decision making. I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the U.S. laws that are data demand laws, or data hungry laws. And I'm going to talk about 2, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, and the Toxic Substances Control Act. Now, the FIFRA law, that applies, among other things, to the regulation of pesticides. Now, these all must be evaluated by EPA for safety, and in order to have that done, pesticide manufacturers have to submit data to EPA to demonstrate their claims, toxicity data, of course. This is why FIFRA is a data demand law. And under FIFRA, EPA has the authority to really review and ask for a wide range of data. Right now, the predominant type of data that is submitted under FIFRA is animal toxicology-based data. There is very little data submitted from alternative tests, as far as I could tell. EPA does, however, have flexibility regarding what data to require here. The Toxic Substances Control Act, or TSCA, presents much the same picture. While it doesn't have the same intense data requirements that FIFRA does, for new compounds or for old compounds that have new uses, manufacturers have to demonstrate to EPA that the compound will be safe to put into commerce. So there are data demands that must be met under TSCA. The law of TSCA is flexible. It doesn't create barriers to considering animal or non-animal testing data. But again, most of the toxicity data that is submitted is animal-based toxicity. Now, right now, there is a discussion on Capitol Hill. It's been ongoing for several years about amending TSCA, reauthorizing TSCA. And one of the major discussions surrounding TSCA and its reauthorization is how to get the information on the tens of thousands of compounds in commerce for which we have very little or no direct toxicological information. And if you think about this, and you think about it in terms of the current way we do toxicity testing, we do not have enough animals or enough time to really do this for the tens of thousands of compounds. So this just actually calls out, it begs for another approach, an approach that is based on replacement alternatives. That brings me to looking at a recent National Academy report. I was not on this committee, by the way, I have to say, which was looking at toxicity testing. EPA commissioned this report from the National Academy. And the second one, the one which is to your left, Toxicity Testing in the 21st Century, a Vision and a Strategy, really talked about how EPA could meet the challenges and fill this toxics information gap. And without going into a lot of the science, I did want to point out that in the report, the authors laid out 4 different options. And option 1, which is the in vivo option, is kind of what we're using today. And the authors suggested that we move rapidly over about a decade, which is rapidly in terms of governmental time frames and time frames it's going to take to develop the science, to options 3 and 4. Those are options where you're using primarily human biology, cell lines, over a broad range of doses. They're high throughput. You've got the machines, like machines that Congressman Moran saw at the Chemical Genomics Center. These are usually cheaper on a per unit basis. And you're going to also be looking at pathway perturbations, so changes in pathways that lead to the disease and getting away from studying disease endpoints. So this is a very, very nice model of where we need to go, and EPA and FDA and several federal agencies have been working on how to make this actually happen. All right, so that sort of concludes my very quick tour of the laws that make up the body of the law of humane science. I want to just conclude by talking about some challenges and opportunities. First of all, there are, I think, some areas that need improvement. And I'd like to kind of go back and focus on the 3 R's in humane science law to do that. So I hope my presentation so far has cemented the idea that U.S. humane sciences law should be based on a full implementation of the 3 R's. And that includes both implementation in biomedical research, in education, and in knowledge discovery, as well as toxicity testing. So if we were to put together a 3R scorecard, how would we do? Well, I think I gave you some data that would help you begin to answer the question, and I want to summarize that and expand on it a little bit now. First, in terms of refinement, and remember, that is improving husbandry, enrichment, minimizing or eliminating pain and distress. I think that we have made progress. We have devoted substantial resources to studying these issues. We make refinement issues a key factor in IACUC review of protocols. And the scientific community is very aware of the need for reducing and eliminating pain and distress in laboratory animals, not only for ethical reasons, but also for the reason that it makes good scientific sense. It improves your science. Well, how about the second R, reduction? I think some progress has been made on the reduction front, too. Again, IACUCs do take this seriously, and they are careful in approving the number of animals that are in any protocol. Also, we've developed new statistical techniques and also new biological techniques to use fewer animals to get the same amount of good scientific information. One of those, of course, is the ability to add genes into animals so that we can trigger those genes to do certain things. We are now able, for example, to add a gene into animals that will allow certain things to fluoresce, to luminesce, so we can actually see things that we couldn't see before. So there are improvements that have led us to be able to do a better job with reduction. Well, what about replacement? With replacement, I would suggest to you that we have a lot of work to do, and that this is an area we should really focus our attention. Going further, I think we really need to devote additional resources as a country to this, and we need to really have a renewed focus on implementing this R. The recent studies, such as the National Academy of Sciences Toxicity Testing Report, show how important replacement alternatives can potentially be in areas like regulatory toxicology. Now, if we're going to do this right, we're going to have to pay a lot more attention to not only developing the scientific methods behind this, but also to really making sure that we understand how validation works and regulatory acceptance. Because without validation and regulatory acceptance, alternatives will really die on the vine. When Kat thought about alternatives and regulatory acceptance, we quickly realized that this was an area where we could contribute, and in fact, our director, Dr. Hartung, has mounted an ambitious effort on evidence-based toxicology. The idea being that you should not just have one formal process where you put all validation through. That validation really should be something that's decided based on the science, and it can be incremental. So we are mounting this program, and I invite you to look on our website so you can learn more about our efforts on evidence-based toxicology. I think also, although I have to admit I'm not a neuroscientist, and I will not make any claims that I understand fully this great field, I have been involved in 2 symposia on developmental neurotoxicology. And what I learned there has given me some hope that you can also use some of these replacement tests and replacement approaches in neuroscience. So, for example, one point I would like to make is that many neurological processes, especially developmental ones, seem to be highly conserved across species. That does seem to be able to open the door to think about how we can use lower order species or perhaps computational toxicology to study these sort of developmental processes. And some of that work actually is underway. Also, as biology seeks to understand more and more what's going on a molecular level, this would seem to create an opportunity to develop cell lines and to use cell lines where we can better assess things like neurotoxic effects of compounds. That would be important, of course, for toxicity testing. Now, that won't obviously provide a complete toxicological picture, but it will help us make decisions about what needs to be further tested so that we have to use less animal-based models right out of the blocks. We can use those farther down the line if we need them. That really concludes my presentation. I want to thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore. Obviously, what we're seeing is that there's some progress being made in the field. There are those who would purport that we've stalled in many ways, but I would argue very strongly against that. I think that those who state that there has been a complete stall, and at this point the science and technology, as well as all the infrastructure of those enterprises, is not striving to move in these directions, I think that represents a very defeasible argument on a number of different grounds. But again, I think as has been very well illustrated to you, these processes take time, number one. And number two, there needs to be a substantive dedication within the educational infrastructure to be able to develop better models as well as innovative thinking among students who need to embrace these new traditions, develop these traditions, develop these methods, these trajectories for types of research that move in accordance with the 3 R's and certainly begin to embrace the 3 R's plus 3 principles. I think this is important for a number of different reasons, not the least of which is that the more broadly instantiated educational values that such a system might indeed inculcate would spill out of the silo of academia into the notion of the public sphere. Much of what we see with regard to animal welfare, responsibility both in research and in conduct, engages, as we heard this morning from the Congressman, not only the interiority of the scientific community and the humanities community working together cooperatively, collaboratively, but also reflects something of the larger trend of the market model and a number of different economic variables, as well as social variables, incentives, ideas, and intentions. How then do we begin to precipitate that level of change? How then do we engage the bottom-up phenomenon of change that is appropriate with the rectitude and goodness of science as an enterprise that is both technical and moral? And have that engage those aspects of the social sphere that, number one, may empower and enable science, and number two, utilize what science delivers within the public domain. Well, this is challenging. In many ways, this reflects the Socratic idea of looking at from whence we've come to figure out where we are going. Moreover, I think, as Socrates posed to Phaedrus, look not on the shadows on the wall of the cave, but instead the realities that exist out there. So we need to begin with a viable and valuable orientation to what our science can and cannot do, what it tells us, what techniques and technologies we have at our disposal to be able to engage the 3 R's plus 3, both conceptually and in practice. But the translational step that Professor Locke spoke to, the idea of engaging information so as to begin the steps towards policies, guidelines, and ultimately spreading that out onto a more larger social, public, and cultural agenda. This is somewhat more difficult. The Congressman alluded to that in some ways that were implicit, in many ways that were explicit. But I think the way that can be done is through the process of individuals who take on a purpose and engage it in policy. Our last speaker, presenting the plenary for the afternoon, has dedicated much of her professional career to that very endeavor. Kathy Liss, as director of the Animal Welfare Institute, has been instrumental in utilizing scientific information as well as leveraging public values and the validity of such knowledge to be able to engage the necessary purchase towards legislation, policy development, and guidelines. A simple look, for example, at the Viable website and some of the information we have provided for you up front, I think instantiates that institute, working both alone and in concert with a number of affiliated and collegial groups, has made significant inroads in at least increasing the relative awareness of the nature of the problem, grounding it to the realities, not only of the science, but trying to enact science in the public sphere, and then looking at the opportunities for real change in a way that is both pragmatic and also reflective of the need for such change. With that in mind, please welcome our last speaker of the afternoon, Kathy Liss.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to join this distinguished group here today. I'll begin just telling a little bit about the Animal Welfare Institute, founded in 1951, with the purpose of alleviating needless pain and fear inflicted on animals by people. The founding president, Christine Stevens, was the daughter of the head of the physiology department at the University of Michigan. Christine and her father, Dr. Robert Giselle, shared a concern for the welfare of animals used in laboratories. And that was at a time when there was no federal law to protect laboratory animals, and when there seemed to just be two perspectives, anti-vivisectionists on the one side and those who felt it was their right to use animals without oversight or restriction on the other. Christine founded AWI to serve as a middle ground between these two positions, with its positions grounded in science, recognizing that research on animals would be continuing for the near future at least, but that animals desperately needed proper care and treatment, and that careful consideration should be exercised before animals were utilized to ensure, one, that animals would not be used in an experiment unless it was actually necessary, two, that the number of animals used would be as small as possible, and three, that steps would be taken to ensure that their pain and distress would be minimized or, if at all possible, avoided altogether. AWI does work on a broad array of issues, including protection of endangered species, seeking to end use of steel traps on wildlife, objecting to factory farming while encouraging humane, sustainable, sound family farming. Our core objective, though, has been to alleviate the suffering of animals in the laboratory. We believe that use of animals in research, testing, and teaching is not a right, but rather a privilege that comes with great responsibility. Implementing refinements in the laboratory improves the lives of the animals and often the work life of the animal care technicians as well. But beyond that, even from the researcher's point of view, we have found that humane handling and housing practices reduce extraneous data skewing variables, thereby yielding better research outcomes. And this situation has certainly changed from the old days, and it's reflected, I think, also in the new version of the guide, where it had been believed that a barren cage was most appropriate for animals in the laboratory so as not to introduce data skewing variables. And ultimately, it's been seen that, on the contrary, that was actually introducing variables because you had animals that were not healthy. And the Animal Welfare Institute has a number of databases, and you can find a number of scientific references therein. I was going to talk briefly about extraneous variables, and a couple examples in particular, though there are a variety of different extraneous variables that we should concern ourselves with. And this one is in the blood collection process, and a concern that many investigators fail to make clear in the methods section which technique they have used, and if the subjects were habituated to the technique. Here in primate is offering a limb for a voluntary blood draw, or if they've been trained to cooperate like this, thereby having reduced or no stress response. And I'm going to breeze through them pretty quickly because I'm sure they're too text heavy, but these are a sampling of the scientific references showing the concern and the recognition for extraneous variables during the blood collection process. And they cover a pretty lengthy time period. And I realize they're very text heavy, and would encourage you to find the databases on our website. Similarly, there are extraneous variables in the location at which the data is collected. Was it collected from the animal in their home environment, or were they moved from that home environment? And again, there are a wide variety of scientific studies that have been done that highlight this concern. AWI has generated a substantial amount of material on refinement in the housing and handling of animals used in research. This is a sampling of just a portion of our publications that we make available. The Books are produced and published by the Animal Welfare Institute and are available free of charge to those who work in the laboratory. And they include comfortable quarters for laboratory animals, variables, refinement, and enrichment for rodents and rabbits kept in research. We also have the Laboratory Animal Refinement and Enrichment online dialogue forum, and we've published 2 books to date that cover discussions that have taken place on that dialogue forum. I'd like to move on now to a description of the public interest in laboratory animals, to look at how that view has changed over time. Public perception regarding the use of animals, of course, is a key role in policy making. For example, after exposure to condition in Edward Taub's laboratory in Silver Spring, and in the basement laboratory of the Head Injury Clinic at the University of Pennsylvania, the public insisted that Congress act to protect animals used in research, resulting in the adoption of the Improved Standards for Laboratory Animals amendments to the Animal Welfare Act. I should say there were a number of forces at play, that it wasn't just exposure of these 2 laboratories, but it did bring home to the public that animals were suffering in research laboratories and that change was needed, that the industry and the research community itself was not able to properly self-regulate. The following is not intended to be an exhaustive review, but rather provide a feel for public attitudes. Obviously, many factors play a role in these outcomes, including the types of surveys, the source of the surveys, and the construct of the questions, and where they're located within the U.S. This was an active poll that was conducted by the Los Angeles Times, looking at if they believe research on animals can be conducted humanely. And the majority said yes, but it's not a strong majority. I should say one also has to look at the context that this accompanied an article that was describing 2 separate protests that had taken place, one in support of animal research and then a second one that was against animal research. And the poll is still active, though the numbers really haven't changed over a substantial period of time. This is a poll that was conducted by the Humane Society of the United States, looking at whether people approve or disapprove of animal research based on the animal experiencing, the degree of pain the animal is experiencing. And it involved 757 Americans, and it was a nationwide poll. And clearly a majority of the public is okay with research that causes little or no pain. But as the pain becomes more intense to the animals, the public support drops dramatically. Then I have some results from a Gallup poll looking at the percent that view matters as morally either acceptable or wrong. And it's interesting to look at the medical testing on animals as compared with the cloning or research, including human embryo stem cell, versus the buying and wearing of fur. Scientists' effect on society. This is a Pew study looking at whether they believe it contributes a lot to society's well-being. And the public felt that members of the military ranked highest at 84%. Scientists were a bit lower at 70%. And you can see further down the line. This is looking at the achievements over time, comparing 1999 with 2009, and looking at the change over time, and particularly looking at whether it was viewed as the nation's greatest achievement, and a very substantial drop from 1999 to 2009. This is looking at scientists' own views of problems that they are confronting with science, whether they're major or minor. And a major concern being the feeling that the public doesn't know much about science. and others associated with media or an expectation that things aren't happening fast enough. Certainly an idea some of the public has. And looking at what are viewed as the impediments to high quality research, and the most serious being a funding issue related to the basic research. And interestingly enough, a fairly serious problem being visa-related problems, which I imagine have only increased. I was encouraged to see that regulations on animal research was a good bit less than that. And this is looking at the general public's interest in contributing to non-animal research and the likelihood that they would donate to charities, and particularly looking at it over time. And you can see a growing interest in contributing to that body. Now I'm going to move, as is clear from this photograph, a little bit of history and then move forward to the present day. And I apologize for a bit of my emphasis on the history, but this does follow on the heels of a conference held by NIH this past fall with funding from NIH and the U.S. Department of Agriculture that I would describe as revisionist history. And so I'm going to use you to attempt to balance out and give a more realistic view on what's happened over time. It's intended to give you an idea of the players involved in policy making and the relationship between different groups. And I hope to also give a clear understanding of the obstacles endured by AWI and others that were seeking reform. From its very earliest days, AWI has sought to work directly with scientists, those that were willing to work with us. This is a laboratory animal conference where we had an exhibit. And we've conducted many visits to both the premises of research facilities as well as to the dealers who supply to the laboratories. And this is Dorothy Dice from AWI's staff who took Life magazine photographer Stan Wyman to the dealer's premises. And it was this expose that contributed towards adoption of the original Animal Welfare Act of 1966. Nonetheless, our efforts were not so well received by the establishment. Soon after its founding in the early 1950s, AWI, which existed at that time primarily to prevent the suffering of animals in the laboratory, was attacked by the research industry. The National Society for Medical Research, which later became the National Association for Biomedical Research, was the most aggressive, even comparing AWI to Machiavelli, Hitler, and Stalin. We weren't just attacked with words. For example, days before a meeting of the American Institute of Biological Sciences, AWI's exhibit was abruptly canceled. As examples of the conditions in laboratories in the early 1960s, we, meeting AWI as I was still a young child, found that chloroform agents were being used by veterinarians and scientists from a broad range of disciplines in lieu of anesthetic. They didn't understand the difference. In a specific case reported in AWI's newsletter, dogs were subjected to heart surgery and NIH funds were used for their housing and care. When they had, sorry, that wasn't related to it, so. When they had recovered from the anesthesia, the dogs were, quote, just put out of doors in a Massachusetts winter with a few boards tacked on trees as shelter and with garbage, or a few dead chickens as their only food, unless they ate each other, and they did. And that's according to Dr. Jerry Schnell, Chief of Staff at Angel Memorial Animal Hospital. In the early 1960s, AWI worked to pass federal legislation, both to regulate the supply of dogs and cats to research and the conditions in which they were kept in the laboratory. The effort met with great resistance from researchers who were opposed to any federal oversight. At congressional hearings in 1966, Dr. Howard Schneider of the American Medical Association, as spokesman for the Animal Care Panel, which later became ALAS, testified that, quote, the House of Science, which was his reference to laboratories, is already in order. He described it as follows, quote, for more than 14 years, the Animal Care Panel has been putting that house in order. Mr. Chairman, that house is in order. And if there are those who would carpet that, Let them come forward at another time and place to vent their concerns." End quote. A very few, too few, but very few brave, compassionate scientists did stand with AWI in support of a federal law. One such scientist, Dr. Samuel Peacock, then senior neurophysiologist at the Department of Neurosurgery, Pennsylvania Hospital, a member of the American Physiological Society and the American Academy of Neurology, testified about how bad animal dealers were. Quote, "We usually find that 30 to 50% of our animals will die before they're used in research." End quote. Another scientist, Dr. Leon Bernstein, then head of Physiology Research Lab of the VA in San Francisco, testified in support of licensing of laboratories. Christine testified for AWI, quoting the University of Minnesota's recommendation for cleaning a dog cage. Quote, "After feeding all of the dogs in the area that's assigned to you, go back and remove any dead dogs from their cages. It shows how to hose a dog cage with the dog in it," and that's what this is a photo of. You'll see the 3 levels. "Open the door slightly, holding it so the dog cannot jump out. Run the nozzle over the operational walls and bottom grate. Then run the nozzle under the dogs to flush out the catch pan." These were new quarters for housing dogs, and they had 700 dogs housed herein. In 1966, the Laboratory Animal Welfare Act, later renamed the Animal Welfare Act, was passed despite the opposition. Vehement opposition from the research industry continued over the decades that followed, and perhaps was most strongly felt by Congressman George Brown and Senator Robert Dole, sponsors of the Improved Standards for Laboratory Animals amendments to the Animal Welfare Act in the early to mid-1980s. By then, the NSMR had merged with the Association for Biomedical Research to become the National Association for Biomedical Research. And lest you forget, or perhaps you didn't know, NABR's origins can be traced to Charles River Breeding Laboratories, a company that profits through maximizing sales of laboratory animals. NABR is renowned for its vociferous opposition to virtually any and all humane measures. Congressional offices at that time were inundated with hundreds of letters from researchers around the country objecting to additional federal regulation of research. Both Representative Brown and Senator Dole stayed the course, and each time they got a letter, they provided a detailed response addressing any issues raised. Sadly, most scientific organizations and universities opposed the legislation. However, following much lobbying on AWI's part, 2 scientific organizations provided some support for the legislation: the Association of Professors of Medicine and the American Physiological Association. Although, to be completely accurate, the APA actually agreed to be neutral, and we had to consider that a positive. If it isn't already clear, this effort to reach out and work with the research community is challenging to those of us in the humane community. For example, in a dramatic shift from the neutral position towards the Improved Standards for Laboratory Animals amendments the APA took in the mid-1980s, the association soon became and continues to be one of the harshest critics of any change in animal welfare policy. Another example is the American Association for Laboratory Animal Science, which states that it is, quote, "committed to the principles of humane care and treatment of laboratory animals," and that it will, quote, "provide a medium for exchange of scientific information on all phases of laboratory animal use," end quote. AWI exhibited at many of its annual meetings, yet suddenly in 1994, AWI was prohibited. History repeating itself. The following year, not only did we exhibit, providing hundreds of our books on refinements in the use of lab animals to the attendees, but AWI's Dr. Victor Reinhardt also made a presentation on pair housing of previously single-cage macaques. Then, the next year, 96, we were kept out again. A well-orchestrated maneuver to keep out humane organizations had been devised. All exhibitors were required to sign a statement in support of ALAS's position regarding the use of animals in experiments, which included an endorsement of the NIH Guide and ALAC and a statement that, quote, "it is inconceivable that animal experimentation can be replaced in the foreseeable future," end quote. When we were barred, we were forced to stand outside the convention center distributing our publications there. In this case, I'm pleased to report that we did in the end forge an acceptable compromise. We agreed to sign the statement so that we were technically compliant with ALAS's requirement. However, we noted and attached our position statement in support of setting a higher bar for the welfare of animals in research. At the most recent ALAS annual meeting, 50 cases of our books were distributed to the research community. However, irony does continue. A felon convicted of smuggling endangered primates exhibits at ALAS, seeking to increase his sales of primates for research. Meanwhile, the Humane Society of the United States has been barred because of its position against the use of chimpanzees in research. Inclusion of various points of view is essential to maintain the integrity of scientific, academic, and intellectual dialogue. Equally essential is the flexibility to adapt to new information, to evidence that one's assumptions are no longer valid. However, instead of engaging in constructive discourse and an effort to build consensus for positive policy change, the vast majority of the scientific community, with a few notable exceptions, continues to adhere to four erroneous, even nonsensical beliefs, despite all the evidence to the contrary. 1, we are accused of being anti-vivisectionist. Therefore, any action we're proposing is intended to have a negative consequence for research. 2, it's claimed that any additional requirements will threaten life-saving research. 3, it claimed that there are already too many needless and burdensome regulations. Less, not more oversight is needed. Change, 4th, is not needed because sufficient protections are already in place. Everything's fine. Well, over the past 3 decades, these arguments have not changed. Why are these arguments used? How can we get beyond them? How can we give a voice to those in the laboratory who agree but are afraid to speak up? There's a huge obstacle that should be addressed. Those who attempt to speak in support of positive changes risk loss of grant money and/or tenure, even their jobs, along with peer pressure and the ridicule of their colleagues. How do we give a voice to the technician who spends more time with the animals than the others when he or she bears witness firsthand to the need for change, even as the principal investigator objects to or fears altering how things have been done for so long? And you've heard some comments from some earlier speakers about the rats, mice, and birds. I just thought I'd add a little brevity, a little lightness to this. But moving on to a few more comments regarding the issue of rats, mice, and birds. Particularly disturbing are those times when major welfare issues are misrepresented to the policymakers by the heads of scientific societies and the lobbyists they employ. This chart is from the Klaus-Herzog study from 1999, and I have one more that will follow as well. Again, demonstrating that the vast majority of those involved in animal research were interested in seeing additional animals protected under the Animal Welfare Act, particularly rats, mice, and birds. When those interests are misrepresented, as occurs all too often, the true views of the majority of the people who actually work with animals in the lab are not heard or represented. For example, studies that the majority of people in research support inclusion of rats, mice, and birds under the Federal Animal Welfare Act. There are 3 separate ones, this being one, another out of University of Pennsylvania. These studies, yet groups purport to represent these individuals within research vehemently oppose the change, and they ensured in the process that these animals were denied basic protection under law, contrary to the stated intentions of their member. Even the director of ALAC expressed support for their inclusion and was presenting ideas about how it might be done. He was silenced by his own board of directors. Here's just breaking out the support based on the chair versus the vet and others on the Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, again from Klaus and Herzog. And as was mentioned earlier, 95% of animals used in research are rats, mice, and birds. And to not have them covered under the Animal Welfare Act is an abomination and an embarrassment and leaves us separated out from most other civil society. And the suggestion that things are okay isn't borne out by what's found in various research labs. And I would also argue that the NIH and coverage under the NIH guide is not sufficient to provide protection for these animals. There is not an inspection mechanism. On March 19th, 2001, Senator Bob Dole addressed the intent of Congress. And here's this statement saying that, in fact, it was intended that rats, mice, and birds would be covered under the Animal Welfare Act. I'm going to speed it up a little because I'm probably running on a bit long. Another key issue is the use of random source Class B dogs and cats. There's a strong support for ending the use of these dealers, notorious for acquiring animals via illegal sources, a situation that predates the 1966 Animal Welfare Act. Class B dealers are supplying less than 3,000 of the total almost 95,000 dogs and cats used in research. Yet, we've been engaged in a decades-long process to try to end this supply chain. All the while, dealers are profiting while operating outside the law, and researchers are using animals who were obtained illegally, and no one's stopping it. The dealers exploit a loophole in the Animal Welfare Act. It allows them to buy dogs and cats from almost anyone, as long as the seller states he or she bred the animal, which is inherently impossible to prove. The animals are then sold at highly inflated prices, literally hundreds of dollars each, to laboratories. This is a list of the remaining Class B dealers. What's most important to note, first of all, they're not very many, and so the number has been going down, but the ones listed in red are those that are under investigation by USDA for apparent violations of the Animal Welfare Act. The problem is those cases may be years in the making and not necessarily put the dealers out of business, all the while they've been, some of them, illegally supplying animals or failing to comply with other minimum standards. One additional dealer in the list with the line marked through him, Henry Lee Cooper, had his license suspended for 5 years. Even the National Academy of Sciences releasing a report in May 2009 which said that there was no scientific need for NIH grant recipients to purchase dogs and cats from Class B dealers. Still, we haven't been able to end this supply chain. We would embrace the opportunity to work with researchers to address improving the welfare of animals used for research. There's been an ongoing effort that's quite successful regarding USDA's Animal Welfare Information Center within the National Agricultural Library. The diversity of support has helped ensure that members of Congress pay attention. This is great, but I'm hoping that we can look at ways to do something more. It's essential to find a way to extend the benefits afforded to animals under the Animal Welfare Act to rats, mice, and birds. Could you help us in stopping the illegal supply of animals? Are there other issues we can work on together? Here are some suggestions for areas in need of improvement in the use of animals in research, and I'll be closing with this, so hang in there. 1, scientists have an ethical responsibility to use only the minimal number of animals for their research. The number of research subjects needed to obtain scientifically valid results can be reduced by eliminating or at least minimizing extraneous variables, as I described earlier, or subjecting the research data to the most appropriate statistical analysis. Investigators have the ethical responsibility to make sure up front that all animals used in their research projects are kept in species-appropriate living quarters. This implies both species-appropriate environmental structures and species-appropriate companionship. Third, being that animals, whether mice or primates with a disease that's being studied, need to be treated with the same standard of care and practices used in human medicine. For example, it's the norm to say in an EAE mouse model, the model for MS, that you cannot give pain medication. However, human patients with MS benefit from pain medication and adaptive environments. Though researchers argue it will skew the data, it's not the case if you give the pain relief after model induction and you give it to all the animals in the study, including the controls. It permits you to compare changes from the same baseline. In models, using a stereotactic device to make a brain lesion get imaged, there's typically no post-procedure analgesia provided. Yet humans who have a halo say the most painful thing about the halo is when the screws are released. They endure a blinding headache for which they may receive morphine. Relief should be afforded the animals too. Researchers have the ethical responsibility not to simply use animals to promote their scientific career, but rather to pursue genuine scientific endeavors. Further, animals used in research who are not killed as part of the research should be granted a species-appropriate safe retirement in return for their involuntary service. And this is a growing situation where increasingly I'm hearing about animals being adopted out. Lastly, endpoints need to be refined. Humane endpoints are receiving more attention, but additional attention is very much needed. Too often, simple metrics are used that allow an animal to linger and end up dead in the cage. Oftentimes, there's only once-a-day monitoring, and this doesn't pinpoint when the animal is likely to meet euthanasia criteria. And of course, this happens most often in rodents. If you need to know when the animal died, you need to be standing there when it happens. If not, a more reliable endpoint can be found that tells you within 12 hours of when the animal would have died on his or her own. Each laboratory should be operated in a manner as if it were open to the public. Animal rights groups have gained access to some facilities. You should think, what would my experiment look like to the general public? Would I want my children to see this? Are the animals receiving the level of care that any patient should receive? Can I justify to the public this level of suffering? Is there something more that you can do to make your experiment a best practice in your field? Dialogue is a great first step, but just the beginning. We hope to be able to work with you to help facilitate policy changes to better alleviate needless pain and distress of animals in the laboratory, improve the care, housing, handling, and treatment of these animals. And I show this just to talk about a laboratory I visited that had some funds left over, and they were deciding what to do with it. And there were all sorts of needs for the animals in the laboratory, and they opted to buy a camera, a number of cameras instead. Whenever possible, we need to reduce the number of animals used and do more for them. Thanks very much. I just thank our staff members.
Thank you very much, Ms. List. I mean, obviously, what we're confronting is need for change. As we've heard, change doesn't happen overnight. It's a process. It involves particular purpose. It involves people. I don't think that anyone in the scientific community would own up to the fact that scientific research is not a valid enterprise. Understanding the need for representative species, human and otherwise, in research represents, I think, a hallmark of the nature of the research endeavor. Focusing that need, focusing those species, utilizing appropriate species as well as means to treat those species and make sure that, in fact, the broadest modicum of care is provided across the board becomes an ongoing responsibility that begins first with science and then extends out more broadly. But there's a reciprocity that exists as well, as we mentioned earlier, extending that back to the veterinary community, extending that out more broadly to our engagement of other species, as well as looking more broadly about what this means for our own nature of good, ethics, morality, treatment, and science, etc., becomes an important consideration. What I'd like to do at this time is I'd like to take about a quick 10-minute break. We have some coffee, additional cookies, and I'd like to then come back with a general Q&A from the audience as well as a panel discussion. A couple of key points I think will need to be revisited, and we'll certainly be doing that. Thank you very much, and thanks to our speakers.
Yeah, and was there anything else? There isn't any regulation of. That would be really good. I know. The two groups joining together. Right. 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 For one thing. Oh, because the cattle ranchers. That's, yeah. Because they kind of
Well, they get it, right?
so, and it was the cotton mildew. So I don't think he mentioned this will be posted on our website. It was the horse. Yeah. It was like the farmers with some of these. Maybe should I ask that Catherine? God.
Great. Coffee, whatever. Other cookies for you too. So. Yeah, we can put big blue there.
I'm not sure exactly. I'm pretty sure he was speaking. I think
Big blue.
he was
Lord, you want me to
speaking
roll
in terms of variety.
Doesn't matter.
Screen up or screen down?
While horse issues,
Whatever you want.
management of the
I think it's fine the way it is.
animals
Just like
that get
not
on the
ever
bus,
put a thing of bad result.
the culture
You
between the two.
desperately
Certainly have a little bit that
So it's not a formal
Did you answer?
connection?
You sent me back.
there may be some on certain issues that they can make. But in the general sense, I think we're speaking to the idea that we have dominion over animals and they're not treated as the difference between responsibility those two interests typically align a lot. Oh yes, on a variety of issues, especially on animals. The interest of those two groups come together, and whether it's formal or not, combined push or political power of others makes it very difficult to advance issues that pertain to animals in the wild. It's very difficult. I wouldn't say there isn't a formal organization where they're together. It's both through that is created.
It is. Why don't I give you my card if you want to check it with me?
Implications of particular legislation that we would see as being better for animal conservation. There's a lot of pushback both from those that use those lands for other purposes, ranchers, things like that, agriculture agencies, and outdoors.
Okay, so we'll talk on the weekend, but there
It sounded almost like the NRA was actually soliciting those groups and forming
I share her
No, I'm just please see me before you go.
I mean, I think on particular issues,
quite some time ago. Yeah. And when he left
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head a particular issue, but I wouldn't be surprised if the more important point is that together, coming at it from different angles or different reasons for their position, that when you're told that and oppose or support issues, it's a very difficult lobbying force.
I was reminded of it.
Yeah, okay.
That's, I wouldn't say.
I know that, the opposition factory farming and trying to support political and yet I also know that a lot of them are really deep down kind of opposed to that too, right?
I just wanted to say thank you for, I'm having to head out.
Oh yeah, sure, head out.
But I appreciate it. Yeah, and like I said, whereas part of it is bring a version of this to the Hill later on this year and use this because
the public imagination is much more easily
Well, even though you're
Speakers very much aligned.
right.
farmers rather than
Yeah, I did.
factory farm.
Yeah, and I did.
We're all over there. Yeah, I'd love to do it. Please, yes. Thanks for your effort. I really appreciate it. I'd love to do that. Yeah, that'd be very fun.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Do you know,
Yeah. both went with the Humane Society for a while, and then she, I think it's about a year ago, which actually is standards being developed. We have some, well, we actually have some concerns about it, where we have been paying attention to that. Where we set the standard, knows that it's probably needed, instead of one independent animal welfare perspective. Some of those standards, it's scary, and you just see compassion groups. Imagine none of they've fallen under some stone. Where they're so excited to have a grocer who's expressed interest, but they've lost sight of the basics. So it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds, because we've raised a lot of trouble where we could just wait a minute and know what you're doing. And it's finally they're beginning to sort of. There had been 2 members on their board from Whole Foods, for example. One's off now, so. But I'm happy to watch dog. It's not a good thing. So.
Very interesting. Well, I know that he went to the Humane Society and celebrated that he thought was a great resource. Tough choices.
And I think he knows nothing even about really what's going on with him. He's sort of off doing his campaign as sort of an independent process.
Yes.
And I think that's part of the problem too, is I'm not sure that they actually know anybody else to recognize what's appropriate within the space.
Yeah, right. Speaking of Paul, I kind of now remember in the same area.
David hired you're talking farm animals?
No, I meant because you had said that he had the workers, and I remember there was something in the park. Just trying to remember who it was. I think maybe she was doing
Right.
Anyway, that's just fascinating. That's something.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see the transformations, particularly for a group that they had been the group, so that they were able to bring some of those sorts of things to the table. Because I think they did a lot of really nice to talk to you.
Get my energy back. That's what I'm going to work on. Just way over calories right now. I'm going to go through this.
That's not cool now.
I like her the best, mainly because she's anti. No. Totally, yeah. Well, but, you know, it's very interesting in the history. Kind of a contrast to what some of the others were saying. They were almost saying everything's fine. Things are getting better. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it seemed like the reality. God, it's hard to think that it was worse. Oh, and pictures of this poor dog.
Well, remember they used to be afraid your dog was going to be taken. I know more research was going to, but you never knew if it was really true or that was just a sort of myth. your mailing list?
Oh, I'm the communications director. Just give me your name.
Okay. Should I just,
Do you have a card?
I don't, but I have a pen.
Can we just give it to you on a piece of paper?
Absolutely.
You can just, yeah, or you pay, yeah. It's best to give you my email address? Is
Yeah.
that-
All of our announcements go out by email.
Okay, so I can tell you.
I'm gonna get her now eventually.
Okay.
Actually, I sort of have email, I just don't pay attention to it.
Well, I can forward, I mean, I can tell you on Monday evenings.
And you can also keep an eye on our website because we
Can
do
you read
announce
that?
events.
It's COVEY.
Rosemary, yes. Yeah, okay, great.
Because you have symposiums like this on other issues too, on other ethical issues.
We have, obviously, the things that Jim does with the Center for Neurotechnology Studies is kind of heavy ethics focus. We have other kinds of programs too. You know, our International Center for Terrorism Studies does a lot of counterterrorism and foreign policy work. They'll have a program on Tuesday about unrest in the Middle East right now.
Okay.
We have an ongoing series about cybersecurity, which is really kind of an interdisciplinary series, which will include ethical and legal issues as well as technical discussions. So I can put you on the mailing list and you can get invitations to all of them.
Yes, I would like that because, you know,
Okay,
just in
great.
what you're mentioning, I have other friends who'd be interested in that, who work in those fields.
Oh, that's great.
Ask Francesca what his email is.
Then you can get it from both.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sure.
Fascinating program.
I have,
I'm looking for the vent.
It's over. Is it okay here? Is it children? Welcome back. What I'd like to do is spend as much time as we need to address your questions and also address some of the issues. I think one of the things that I would like to put on the floor early in the discussion are a number of things. First and foremost, I mean, I certainly come to this discussion as a neuroscientist, a bench neuroscientist for the better part of 20-odd years professionally, and then almost an additional 6 or 7 years as a graduate student. One of the things that I've been very, very fortunate to have seen throughout the evolution of my career is a steady and iterative process of change in particularly guidelines. Now, you know, policies, regulations, these are federal issues or national issues, and very often they also involve at least some legislation on the state level. And as we had mentioned before, these things characteristically work bottom up before they can then be leveraged top down. But I think one of the things that has happened, and the reason that much of this conversation has been prompted, is that for those of us working in the sciences, there's been an increasing regard for what the sciences have taught us about the nature of animals. Now, of course, there are still regulations and policies that would suggest that there are various species, for example, rodent species, certain avian species, that are regarded in particular ways under the auspices of federal policy and law with regard to protection, welfare, and inference. However, one of the things that I think you should be aware, and you may or may not be aware of this, is that working guidelines in terms of animal care and use committees do in fact regard these species as poignant, certainly. And there is an increasing move with regard to lobbying towards changing the guidelines, both with regard to language and intent, as also having cognitive capacity. So one of the things I've been very, very fortunate to see as a pain researcher is that the work in the field has been instrumental in changing the guidelines to affect the conduct of the field. That said, there have been a number of very, very positive manifestations that have come of this, and I think the overall posture here is that such positive manifestations need to remain as the general trend. I, in my experience, have actually never witnessed scientists taking an abusive stance, posture, or action against their animals. I've been very, very fortunate, even working as a pain researcher. Now, one could say, well, that's just my particular experience, but that's also been a very strong institution. I was telling the truth.
That's all it took.
And my nose hasn't grown. No, I've been very fortunate in that regard. Number two, one of the things that I actually feel very, very fortunate about is that much of the work that we were doing, of course, obviously I've been a neuroscientist and working in the area of pain, has been that those things that we have discovered in terms of a much broader spectrum of pain experience, etc., have, as I said, been reincorporated back into viable guidelines for the conduct, care, and use towards animals, both in research and more generally. So interestingly, one of the things that is important to note is that although we're making some headway and very much trying to leverage the fact that more federally oriented policies and guidelines begin to regard other species as painient and increasingly cognitively capable and sentient, this has been, as I mentioned from the start, a ground-up effort. And that indeed many guidelines that are operational both within institutions and interinstitutionally indeed regard rodent species and avian species as being the subjects of moral regard, and for that nature have to be provided with anesthesia and analgesia. Most recently, I had the pleasure of working with some of the folks on the Animal Care and Use Committee at Georgetown University about 4 or 5 years ago. And that was a major implement with regard to virtually anyone who was working in the laboratory, undergraduate as well as graduate as well as postdoctoral, that although federal guidelines would suggest that these species, rodent species, rats, mice, avian species, did not fall under the broad rubric or auspices of those welfare regulations, they were the subject of moral regard with regard to guidelines and policies that were institutional, upheld by the Animal Care and Use Committee, and this was universally reinforced by virtually every experimenter, student, technician that I've had the opportunity to work with. Georgetown was not alone in that. I mean, this is very, very broadly accepted throughout much of the university and research committees. So I think one of the things that we're seeing is good movement towards this sea change. The other point is a point that had come up interestingly during a discussion we had during the break. That's a very important point to make. You know, far too often, and we see this all the time. I mean, one could, I'll refer back to the congressman's earlier stance with regard to ethical and moral behavior. One could always point an accusative finger and go, oh, politicians, oh, this, oh, that, oh, lawyers. Well, you know what happens, what ends up occurring is that the nasty cases that represent some percentage of that entirety are always used as the exemplars for don't do this, and this is what happens when it goes bad. Yes, of course, absolutely. But you have to take a very accurate lens of exactly what you're utilizing those exemplars for. Not to illustrate that this part, however small, is representative of the whole, but rather that these infractions have occurred and we should move against ever doing these things again. Not too long ago here at the Institute, we had a full-day seminar that addressed uses and misuses of neurology and psychiatry vis-a-vis lessons learned from the Holocaust. Now, again, here the issue comes up. Are such abuses of medicine being conducted today? Well, yes. I mean, one need only crack open the paper and look at things like malpractice, ethical malformation, etc. This occurs in medicine. It occurs in a variety of professions. Is that representative of the whole? Absolutely not. Do we still utilize these as a viable teaching tool to suggest that there may be mindsets, operational worldviews that are inculcated within these individuals that enabled them to conduct these activities, even without a particular sort of erratic orientation to say, well, I knew I was doing wrong. They really may have thought there was no wrong here. So this then becomes the substrate for change. On the whole, I think what we're faced with is, in fact, a process of evolution, a change, a sea change that is occurring within the sciences and perhaps more broadly, informed by the sciences. Utilizing these exemplars, as Ms. Liss referred to earlier, and we've all talked about, in terms of those improprieties, those opprobrious things that occurred in the context of animal research, certainly shine the light on what not to do, where the knowledge is not well used, where that may be older, anachronistic, and in fact we shouldn't rely on that. That's not to say that is the norm. That is not to say that is the majority. In fact, quite the opposite. However, I think what's important to understand is that we can still utilize those examples together with a broadening epistemology to suggest that what we need to do is broaden the ethic. The ethic needs to be one of the 3 R's expanded, perhaps 3 R's plus 3. A much more I think, intuitive insight to what refinement means, what replacement entails, etc., becomes very, very important. Not because we're turning our eye on the scientific community and looking at that in some type of criminal misregard for the nature of cognition, pain, and sentience in animals, just to the opposite, to say that in fact science is moving in these right directions and is moving at a viable pace, and such improprieties are the exception rather than the norm. But in trying to reduce these even more may require a broader ethic that embraces 3 R's plus 3. So if I were to give you a take-home message, that would be the take-home message that I think is important here. The other take-home message that I think is equally important is, as I mentioned earlier, that I hope didn't get lost in the whole discourse of the day. We can't fall victim to the naturalistic fallacy. We can't fall victim to saying, yes, this is what ought to be, and really think that's what is. Yes, there are a lot of oughts here. Tremendous oughts. There's the ongoing ought, the ongoing should of saying we should embrace the knowledge we're getting from the scientific and technological progress in ways that are always right and good. Unfortunately, that's not always the case, and moreover, although there are those who would posture very strongly that in one extreme or the other, a more balanced vision is probably pragmatically appropriate in most cases, in trying to find that center-line balance, utilizing animals in research as is appropriate with regard to the number, their care, their respect, and the responsibility, and looking at the scientific community more as an exemplar of what to do, and not necessarily focusing the lens on those improprieties as a case of saying this is the nature of the beast. No, I think that's where the pragmatism that I called for, and I think my other speakers have called for, really engenders the rubber hitting the road. So I wanted to make sure that I provided a clarifying lens, because we did try to offer at least a realm of different orientations to the issues, the problems, the questions. And my hope was that in a fairly long day, the nature of the overall discourse and its purpose was not lost in any way, somewhere between the coffee, the bed, Skype, the alarms, and the cookies. That said, what I'd like to do is open up the floor for questions and commentaries, but the one thing I shall ask you, this is a provocative issue. Always keep the questions and comments ad principium and never ad hominem, please. Not that I would ever think that you'd fall victim to that, but I always like to add that as an introduction. Please.
Well, I'm glad, Jim, that you made the comments you did, because I wouldn't want, I sorely missed on the panel here today somebody with broad experience doing research with animals, whether it would be a research scientist or perhaps, for example, a veterinarian who serves as an animal lab vet for a large facility that uses animals, to give us some perspective on what the usual, or the overwhelmingly usual practice is, and the understanding that every human enterprise has some malpractice in it. Every single human enterprise. Politics, neuroscience, daycares, whatever enterprise does, and you can show horror films from any of them, and we see them all the time from Congress, for example. I also wanted to make just a couple of points. I think all of you misspoke just a little bit because you made some comment about that your institute wanted to find alternatives for research that does not always involve animals. And I think to put another thing in perspective, most research does not involve animals. Most biomedical research does not involve animals. That is a small percentage of the biomedical research. And the scientific community as a whole has a stake in not using animals. It is extraordinarily expensive for a number of reasons. And you're right, Kathy, it's not just because of regulations. There's a lot of reasons why it's become increasingly expensive to use animals in research. And with grant money being reduced, people are looking for it's in everybody's interests to use other research methods than animals. However, we have to draw a distinction between the toxicity testing that is very amenable to these really exciting new high throughput techniques that Paul discussed, and research that requires understanding whole living systems, which for the foreseeable future, some liver cells in a test tube, no matter how good your robotic instruments are, will not substitute for a living system. And you need a living system to study a living system. And there are perhaps advances that can be made in the other ways, but I think we should be realistic about what we do. I want to say something about the comment about ALAC that you made. about them vetoing about the board of directors. I'm on the board of trustees. It's a board of trustees. It is not a board of directors. And so let me explain something about the circumstances, because I think you misunderstood it. The ALAC is not made up of independent trustees. Each person on the board of trustees represents an organization that has its own board of directors or board of trustees, so that we were not able to let ALAC make policy statements because we have our own. We are not there representing ourselves. We are there representing our organizations, and we could not speak for our board of directors at a meeting like that. So we've made it a policy that ALAC cannot make policy statements on anything. Not just that. They could not make a policy statement in any direction, because that would be speaking for the member organizations. And there are other examples in society where there are groups that are made up of other organizations and they cannot make policy statements. So that was the reason for that, and I think you might want to look into that and correct that.
I could respond. Just that one was my understanding that the then director expressed that this was his own personal view and that it was not representative of ALAC. But given that he was employed by ALAC, he ultimately was asked not to speak on the issue.
For the reasons I told you. For the reasons I told you.
Again, I just reiterate, he was concerned and was trying to find a way that over time protections could be extended to rats, mice, and birds.
ALAC does. ALAC, when it inspects laboratories, it inspects the conditions for rats, mice, and birds. And so that has been ALAC's practice all along. So nothing in that has changed.
Right. And again, those inspections are once every 3 years and are announced in advance. There's a reason that we have the Animal Welfare Act, and the various species are afforded a certain level of protection. And while there are other, whether it's ALAC or the NIH guide, that may provide some protection, it's not to the same degree as USDA.
Well, that wasn't the point I was trying to make, was why ALAC made the decision it did, not the wisdom, but not argue with you the wisdom of the regulations.
Yeah, just to clarify, I wrote down what I was going to say, and I hopefully read it correctly. If I didn't, it wouldn't be the first time. But what I wanted to say about our center is that we are dedicated to the improvement of animal and human health through the advancement of humane science. And we advocate for humane science because we often feel that sometimes it's the best science, not all the time. So I think it's important to recognize that our view is that you bring the best science to the table. And if that science is an animal-based science, so be it. Then the 3 R's require you to do certain things. And if you can avoid using animals, that's great. I did want to make one point about the toxicity testing, because I think you brought up something very interesting. And this is vexing. I don't quite know how to get around this other than to pose a question to you and to get your reaction. And I think this really goes to the reciprocity issue that you brought up in your plus 3 R's, in a way. Toxicity testing, I would postulate to you, does not require the same level of predictive toxicological knowledge in many cases as biological discovery. That's why a lot of these in vitro tests can be useful for toxicity testing, because they can act as almost a screen, whereas they would not be as useful, I'm not going to say they're not useful at all, but as useful for biological discovery. That being said, my dilemma is that whenever I hear the toxicity testing discussed, it's always a discussion about predictive toxicology. So I think it's really important to understand what level of science you're getting, where you're getting it from, and what you're using it for. I happen to think that at this point we could use a lot of these alternatives to do more screening. I think maybe in the future we could use them for more than that. I don't know. I mean, I may not live that long, but I feel like the field will evolve, will continue to evolve, and the feedback loop does exist. I wouldn't want to cut that off. I think we do have to be realistic now about what we can and can't get from the science we can bring to any problem.
And let me second that. I mean, Deborah, you made a great point. I mean, the old adage that given all the right conditions of pH, temperature, and everything else, the organism does as it darn well pleases. That does substantiate, at least in part, the need for whole organismal research. And to date, as Paul has mentioned, I mean, we simply don't have viable alternatives for everything in every situation of use that would then have to engage an organismal level of investigation. In my own field, I mean, in neuroscience, you can't, the first sort of dictum of neuroscience is very difficult to extrapolate from a contained neural system to the overall activities of neural networks that are embodied in an organism, that are embedded in an environment. So the dilemma, the enigma, if you will, is that recognizing indeed that there is the need to continue this type of certain types of research, and to do so in ways that are cognizant, responsible, reflective, and respectful of what we've learned to date, so as to manifest all of those changes. And you're right, I mean, I've worked on ACUCs for a number of years. I've been a bench research resident for at least 20-odd years of my 30-year career. And although, as I said, I've been fairly fortunate myself in to see most of the individuals I've worked with have been highly respectful and regarding of the animals, inclusive of the field of pain research. The issue there is that no one is throwing their hands up in the air and saying, well, all the animal research has to go away. How do we take the knowledge we have and then use this in ways that are appropriate within the sphere of animal research, while at the same time looking for those trajectories that may provide replacement? And it's problematic. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, we're not at a point where we can move away from whole organism research as yet. So how to reduce the numbers? And then, of course, this also speaks to an educational agenda in terms of some other issues. And that brings up the dissection questions and the use of animal models in college and high school and so forth. But that's a completely different, I think, venue of this conversation. But I think you've summarized the problem quite well, which is you have a research community that is looking to do right and good. You have particular models that are valid, and then at the same time, you try to strive to get better models that are not quite as invasive. And yet, you're dealt with the current situation of how best to then implement responsibility, respect, and reciprocity in ways that are just and good. A good summary of the discussion. Sir, in the back.
No, I had the same impression when I got some calls from my colleagues about the constituency of the panel and what the whole group was here to do. I've been a lab animal veterinarian in the field for 23 years now at the National Institutes of Health. The animal program director for the National Institute of Mental Health and the National Eye Institute. And you know, the one thing that really has impressed me about this, and I actually think your closing comments are somewhat of the balancing that was needed through, you know, and tying together a lot of these presentations. But there is some things that continue to present themselves. In my tenure here, the issues that you pointed out at the end with EAU models, not having pain relief, I don't know where that's totally coming from. I know I cannot say with authority that it is across the whole country, but in our hands and what we put forward as guidelines and best practices, this is something that's been done for over a decade now. Looking at stereotactic issues, we're well aware of the issues in the veterinary community that have manifested themselves with us when we have ear bars put in, that after they take our whole top of the head off, what people complain about is your ears hurt after this. So we have been using analgesics in these cases. One of the things that people don't always take into account is that the anesthetics themselves that we're using in the animals are very different sometimes than what we would use in ourselves. And this issue of preemptive pain control is very big in our community. I'm proud of the fact that the animal care and use committees that I've been on have sought and looked for alternatives within the biomedical community. Just look with hybridoma lines, monoclonal antibodies. It was very common 15 years ago to take mice, inject these cells into their abdomen, and grow the cells internally. But as soon as appropriate techniques and technology became available to grow these in vitro, we very quickly moved away from that. Can that be done today? Yes, but it would require a really strong scientific justification and hard to get by the Animal Care and Use Committee. So I think the committees are doing a reasonably good job with this. That we've been striving. I mean, I've spent days discussing what is a good environment for a zebrafish. Okay, what are the behavioral characteristics of a zebrafish that we can use to say if this animal is adapting well to its environment? So we are in a very different place today than we were 23 years ago when I got on board this ship. And we continue to make progress. And the hard thing is what gets conveyed to the public. When we're not conveying to the public a balanced perception of the research like we're presenting alternatives, we support the alternatives. The vast majority of the alternatives available today are related to toxicity testing, screening type procedures. Now, can I open the possibility, and it will happen, that those procedures will lead to an understanding at the molecular level, which will go back and impact, the whole biological system, and there'll be further advances because of that? Absolutely. But we can't throw out the whole organism yet. And the setting of appropriate endpoints, that is one of the big discussion points today. I mean, I have committees that spend hours discussing this because, and I was mentioning to one of our speakers here, that if we come in the next morning and find too many dead mice in the cage, what we're going to very quickly look at is what research has been done to those animals. Because the goal is death is not an endpoint. There is very little scientific research that ever would require death as the endpoint. So we want to back up from that point. And so this is happening. I think the programs, the sensitivity is there. And we've made immense progress. And the idea now is to continue to make progress without throwing the baby out with death.
Very well said. Please, go ahead.
Sorry, a couple things. One is, if I gave the impression the problems I showed were happening everywhere, that certainly was not my intent. Rather, you may, within your realm, be a leader, and there are others that are doing de minimis. And number one is to be sure your eyes are open to those that are practicing de minimis, and then how do we look at bringing them up to a higher level, because it is a problem out there.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. But when it gets presented, you're only showing the one side of the spectrum. Okay? It takes away the fact that even the majority of Class B dealers, the majority of research today cannot use dogs off the street. Why can't we do that? Because the genetics, we don't know. We have enough understanding now of the gene issues that we know those dogs do not match. All the dogs that we, in fact, it went around NIH and a lot of our grantees, the vast majority are not Class B dealers. In fact, we supported the issue in the legislation.
So why haven't we been able to close the door on that issue?
Well, here again, this becomes a downtown issue. There's a lot of things on the Hill I don't understand myself. And we have to work through that. And I think through policies we can do that and start working in the right direction. But it really takes presenting a balanced picture of what's out there. In fact, it would actually augment the arguments better to present the balanced picture, because we're showing that the majority of people do not even use these animals. Rats and mice, USDA, as I'm sure you're aware, has been discussing with our community for years now, the inclusion. But there are a lot of issues surrounding putting mice and rats into that in the Animal Welfare Act and their local.
So they've been specifically excluded from coverage.
I understand that. And you saw our whole community really supports their inclusion as far as the veterinarians, and we showed the data up here.
Right.
But there are certain dollar issues that go behind it, because I don't know at this point too, as you know, the USDA has discussed changing their inspection processes, because with limited funds, they have to do inspections of more facilities with not an equivalent increase in the number of people that they have. So they're trying to balance their inspection process also with this extra requirement that's coming out today. And is that a funding issue? Yes. And politically we work on that? Yes. But it's inappropriate to say the scientists and everyone is not, because under PHS policy, as you've shown, that rats and mice are included. NIH grants, we do support inclusion of rats and mice.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that you speak to very, very importantly, and it was a point that I was actually trying to make, and perhaps I wasn't vocal enough because I didn't want to be too vocal, and then I'll hand off to Paul, is that as I see the field, the bottom-up efforts are actually quite good. And again, you know, my introduction to this, I mean, it's been a long day. I think what tends to have, you get a primacy effect and a recency effect, and as I said, we had a fire alarm and bad Skype in between. And the issue here is that I tend to view the bottom-up effects as being cohesively good, from the level of the individual researcher to certainly the more administrative guidelines interinstitutionally, including animal care and use facilities, data monitoring committees that are actually looking at intermediate points, revision of what the actual paradigms are. And I see that as a very, very strong voice saying, yes, we need to do this. What I was trying to communicate in terms of my particular stances was to the individuals on the panel, and you spoke to something I'll address also about veterinary participation is a number of things. Number one, I think we've learned a lot from my own field of research, which is the neuroscience of pain, which has been very nicely re-instrumentalized into the actual conduct as well. Certainly I would not have thought that the presentation I gave you would suggest anything other, but then rather, yeah, let's keep going on this. Much of that has been within the scientific silo, as I try to communicate. The idea of de-siloing that more broadly, and then pushing that in a bottom-up agenda to create more expansive legislation, policies, etc., is important so as to begin to increasingly negate those instances de minimis that are appropriate. Because as you know, what tends to happen is you always look at the sore spot and point the finger and go, oh look. And that's where you get into the baby and bathwater issue. We tried to get some folks here from the American Veterinary Medical Association, also from the American Veterinary Pain Management Association, both of whom sort of said, you're doing a great job, this is great, that's good, and we couldn't get that representation, unfortunately. That was just really more of a scheduling thing than anything else. So that voice is important, but I think the message that needs to be communicated is that on the whole, the scientific community has postured very strongly to embrace the science. How do we translate the bottom-up effort into something that's top-down? That's the issue here. That's an important issue. Cool.
Well, first let me say that when I was on the guide committee, I was among many vets, many lab vets, and I was very impressed with their thoughtfulness and the way they analyzed the problems, and that they really wanted to do the right thing. So I think it's important to understand, though, something that we need to know societally, and it really gets back to, I think, one of your +3 points, and that is the de-siloing and the information and the reciprocity. We are not doing a good job informing the public what's going on in research and in toxicity testing. We have some information blocks. So let me give you a really obvious example of an information block. We don't really have a very good handle of the number of animals we're using in research on a year-to-year basis. Okay? Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that something is wrong? I don't think it means that. But it creates the impression among people that maybe somebody's trying to hide something. And this is what you're up against. So I do believe that sunshine can be the best disinfectant. And when you're working with laboratory animals, it's not going to be an easy thing, but there has to be some way to get more information to the public so the public can understand. That there has to be more transparency so you can do the de-siloing, so you can have the reciprocity, so you can have the sort of group learning, if you will. That frustrates me on an individual basis, and I would say probably the people in this room are in a good position to think about how to make that happen. If we could do that, I think we could actually have a much more fruitful dialogue about what the real issues are and where the real progress has been.
And when you say numbers, you're talking rats and mice?
Yes, yes, generally.
That's just a clarification issue right there.
Rats, mice, and birds.
Numbers, USDA, species are tracked very carefully.
Yes, under right. But I mean, I have to tell you, I hear things with a little bit of a different ear. So this issue about the Animal Welfare Act and the Public Health Services policy, yes, it's true. Both do set up a self-regulatory IACUC protocol, and the IACUCs are good. But under the Animal Welfare Act, I think this is one of the points that Kathy was trying to make, there is a federal mechanism for inspection. It may not, always work as smoothly as it could because of limited resources, but there is a federal mechanism there. If there's a violation, there's a penalty. It's not quite the same under the NIH protocol. Now, all that being said, it could be that, you've got great IACUCs that are serving both of these masters, but there is a difference, and then again, the public sees this difference and perceives this difference. So,
and if I could, a few months ago, we had a fellow here named Michael Pakaluk, philosopher type, and Mike and I have been doing some work on the area of what we call hard versus soft neuroscience. You can take the neuro out of that, just the hard versus soft science. And the hard science is that which is conducted within the confines of the silo of the ivory tower, with all of the constraints and rigor and appropriateness that goes along with that. But of course, like anything else, what ends up happening is the kitty gets out of the bag, and of course in these days, in the information age, gets out of the bag rapidly. And much of that is a bastardization of what represents the truth. Sunshine is a wonderful disinfectant. By the same token, I think it becomes equally important to say, you don't want to just show the opprobrium, you want to be able to show what's good. And so I think the issue here is really one of, well, what have we learned? What are we doing with what we learn, and how can we advance that to a much broader agenda, which really should be the take-home message. So animal care and use committees, my experience has been quite good. Served on a number of them, quite good. Veterinary stringency, particularly in my area of pain management, I think has actually shown significant progress. I'm rather proud of the field, because one of the things I can say is when I first started, it was a very, very different environment back in 1977 than it was today, in terms of how we looked at animals in research, the level of analgesia, preemptive anesthesia, and what we've learned from our research in terms of that reciprocity, which is what allows me to toot that horn with a relative level of I think, confidence in that imprimatur. I can say that. I would like to be able to say that other fields can say that as well, and if I were working in those fields, I would be confident to do that, but I'm not. So the question then becomes, is the reciprocity piece, and feeding it back also into veterinary medicine, and that's great, but it's still in a silo, no? How do we then unleash that to the level to be able to, number one, appraise the public of the fact that the general conduct has been improving, but it needs to be better, and then number two, enact right and good policy on the level of guideline and law. And that's where you say that's on the other side of the Potomac. Certainly, the goal here is to say, you know, we had a conversation a few weeks ago in one, and we heard the words often repeated within the rubric of the Holocaust, ni vida, never again. Just as applicable here, no? And so my thought would be the bottom-up movement has been quite good. Now I think it's time to really create that leverage. And well said. Question here, ma'am.
First, actually it's a comment perhaps at this point in time. First, I wholeheartedly agree with everything that was said about the bringing out information for public discussion, because it's very helpful. Another aspect that's kind of, I find a little difficult to deal with is sometimes looking at these issues is that perhaps the science is presented as too much of a monolithic player in these areas. While it really isn't, when you look at, and just give an example of the area that I know better in immunology, you have lots of different researchers focusing on different techniques and different areas, and I think it's very difficult to represent them, even representing that one particular area as one voice. For instance, you have, depending on what kind of, even if they focus on the same disorder, depending on what kind of technology they use, they might say that, oh, this can be perfectly well studied through immunogenomics and in silico and in vitro, lots of progress can be made. The others who've always been doing experimental work since 40 years ago, they will say, no, it's absolutely necessary. And both of them are right in a certain way because they have different projects. But the question in terms, and I'm kind of interested in thinking about it in terms of the public use of public funds, is that, well, we can't finance everybody. And how do we make then decisions on the institutional review board level and higher levels where the funds should be used and what is the most cost-effective use of the funds?
Okay, comment? Other question? Here in the front.
I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I was interested when you mentioned laboratories that are buying animals illegally. And I was wondering, is there a list of these laboratories that are buying animals illegally? Do we know how many there are? And why do they get away with it? Is there anyone saying, well, this lab is buying illegally, so we cut off their funding or we punish them in some way? Is there a mechanism for that?
First, I should back up and clarify that technically they're not buying illegally. They're using a USDA licensed dealer. The problem is that because the enforcement mechanism against those dealers isn't strong enough, and because of the loopholes in the current law, the supply chain to that licensed dealer is where the illegalities are occurring. And the institutions do not have to make that information public about where they're purchasing their animals. There's some of that information is available, and we do try to highlight it. If we go back even to congressional hearings on this subject, the individuals who testified in support of Class B dealers actually were kept secret until the actual hearing, so that you couldn't present information about the dealers that they were using. And again, it goes back to your supply source and why, as a community, there's this rallying behind ill-gotten gains, in essence.
Right.
In addition, that these animals, you don't know the health history and the genetic status of the animals. So from a scientific perspective, one would question why they're getting animals from these sources.
So there's no list, there's no way to find out. Will that require legislation of some sort, or what?
I mean, there is legislation that I expect would be reintroduced in Congress, the Pet Safety and Protection Act, which would eliminate the Class B dealers as a source of dogs and cats for research purposes. And in testimony before the National Academy of Sciences, there were purpose-bred sources who did suggest that they would be able to meet whatever demand. And I know NIH is supposed to be engaged in taking steps towards meeting that demand, and they've been reporting to Congress on an annual basis about that.
Yeah.
I'd like to move the discussion to a totally different level. And I have a very philosophical question. If it were possible to generate or create an algorithm or some kind of robot / computational model that could tell us it had a quote-unquote consciousness to it and had a quote-unquote ability to quote-unquote perceive pain, would we be morally incorrect, would we be ethically justified or not to inflict a quote-unquote painful stimulus to this quote-unquote machine? So I'm going to throw this out.
You've been reading my stuff. No.
I wish
That
I had.
question of plan.
You know, this to me is where the level of conversation needs to get.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You know, again, I didn't want to, that was not a rabbit hole I wanted to go down, because it's one of the things that I play with all the time. This is part of the transhuman, post-human, and then artificial consciousness. And then what do you do with regard to machine morality? Machine morality goes into two directions. It's moral machines and moral intent, regard, and behavior towards machines that may be sentient. This opens a huge can of worms. If you remember, I put a slide, I said, was it like to be a? And then I also said it could be a fetus, it could be someone who is senile, and it also could be a machine. Now, obviously this fosters up cyborg and Terminator and new governor of California ideas, but over and beyond that, I have to tell you, one of the few projects that has been federally stood down because what was viewed as a lack of viable preparation for what could occur was the notion of building a quote brain in a box. And that's about the best that I can give you on that, because the project, although is not necessarily a classified project, it was rapidly moving towards a for official use only type of things, and was stood down. The reason for it was twofold. Number one, the innovative proposals that were originally solicited out of the pre-broad agency announcement would suggest that this is a threshold that is probably a lot closer than we might imagine. And then number two, obviously, the need to address ethical, legal, and social issues that arise in and from this are overwhelming. What do you do the first time the machine says, ouch? Certainly, some of our colleagues working at the University of Kyoto in Japan approach this with regard to some of their robotic models and their acquisition of linguistics, including working in the first-person subjective, and then saying, I feel X, Y, or Z. That was then not taught. It was a language acquisition program. What do you do with that? That's the old HAL computer thing. You know, I'm frightened, Dave. So, obviously, we're also confronting that trajectory, which is the neurotechnological trajectory, as if, in fact, we're trying to create neural algorithms, neural systems, contained neural networks that develop complexification as a process of their machine telos. It's a philosophical question. I can play with that word, right? So their machine end, their ultimate goals, is towards increasing complexity. In other words, we're building them to be like a neural network. That's what we know. That's called reverse engineering the brain. That's one of the agenda of the Decade of the Mind project that we're playing with here. It's part of the big NELSI project. Ultimately, the first time that machine goes, ouch, I feel, I am, works the first person subjective. At that point, this entire discussion then evolves, or depending on who you talk to, devolves into on what level do we then afford moral regard and responsibility, no? So it's not as hypothetical a question as you think, first of all. And then number two, the issue becomes, well now, like anything else, like my dad used to tell me as a little kid, it's not just a question of what you got, it's what are you going to do with it. So I think one of the expansive issues that occurs here is also to take these bottom-up agenda and many of the premises that we find within the scientific community regarding incorporating this expansive and iterative epistemology about the nature of animal brains / minds, whatever mind may be, and recognizing that that's probably the groundwork for a larger technological, epistemological, and perhaps moral agenda that may need to be reappropriated if and when, more likely when, we create, or what is created may be a viable, sentient, and cognitively capable machine that's patient. That is not a consequence that most people are prepared for as yet, and the LC issues are huge. My colleague Roland Benedictor and I are playing with that. Nick Bostrom over in the UK is playing with that at the University of Oxford. Julian Shabalescu has certainly played with that. We have a graduate student here, his name is Vince Badwell, who's working with that. And, you know, that's a real head scratcher, a real head scratcher. But I think that, you know, some of this certainly provides the groundwork. And interestingly, the model that we like to engage repeatedly is the veterinary model. How are we going to look at this? Well, I mean, what have we done with veterinary medicine with regard to its recent iteration to be able to incorporate this scientific epistemology in terms of what it means for regard and care? That's a big one. That's huge. That's one that goes real well over a single malt scotch. Excellent question. Yes, sir.
Taking a leap from that on the veterinary side, the picture that you showed with the rabbits and the housing environment that was there. You know, most rabbits that have not been raised together and highly kind of grouped together would not sit in that kind of environment. Well, because the rabbits fight and we don't want to give some acknowledgement to that at times. But the issue really comes down that if you have an animal that's raised in a kennel environment, in an environment that is a laboratory environment, and you compare that to an animal that's out in the wild, as you were bringing up, the captive versus the domesticated animal, and how they are different. You know, the extrapolations we like to make as to what's good for this one over here in captivity is based on what's out here in the wild. Okay. When I had the fortunate experience of going to China and spending a few weeks there, a month or so, I saw folks in China, as well as in India when I was there, humans that are living in conditions that right now, if we pick us up and put us over there, we would experience a prolonged distress. Okay, with it. And they never acclimate. In fact, one of the things we've had problems with at NIH, bringing postdoctoral folks sometimes over from third world countries to here, there's an acclimation problem. And sometimes they don't want to go home. Okay, with it. As a practicing vet, I worry more about the dog that you bring me that's had the farm to run around and broke its hip. I'm now going to have to confine this animal throughout a rehabilitation period versus one that was raised in a kennel, okay, which is going to happen. So how do we balance these issues, you know, and look for some, answers and try to get a level playing field?
If I could respond just on the
Have
social...
Dr. Barber come to that first, and then we'll go.
Sure.
And the reason I say that is that one of the issues there is the conservation / welfare issue and the idea of captive versus wild. Right. Joseph?
Right. Well, I mean, I think you always have to have that separation between those two spheres, and it's not about saying captive animals should live like wild animals. Captive animals should be able to live in an environment where they can do the things that they want to do, and that's going to be different from the wild because the environment is different. And captivity by itself isn't a bad place. I mean, there are fewer predators there, there are fewer diseases there, so there are certainly pluses to that. But each individual animal is still highly motivated to perform a set of behaviors. And it's our understanding of those behaviors that really dictates what they need and what we should be providing. And it comes down to that sort of issue of control over the environment. And because the environment changes, that control is going to look different in different cases. And us being able to finally understand how much control to give animals and what that control looks like is sort of the next sphere of ethological and behavioral investigations of that. And realizing that it's not as simple as just saying, because the animal doesn't live like an animal in the wild, then that's a bad thing. And there's research out there that if you take an animal from the wild and put it in captivity, it often does better than an animal that's reared in a captive situation from birth. It shows fewer abnormal behaviors if it's a sort of a kind of a poor environment. Because it's had this rearing environment that is enriched, because it has faced an environment that's allowed it to perform some of these behaviors, it's called sort of neuroprotection. It has this idea that there's something about that rearing environment that's important. So these are the kind of concepts that need to be thought about. I don't know what it means in sort of practical application, apart from make sure that the rearing environments are good.
And I was just going to speak to socialization and suggest that if you look at the various species who are typically social species and the numbers that aren't kept in social environments, and with the rabbits, I would suggest that that socialization should begin at the dealer, not in the research facility. If it's beginning in the research facility, you're catching it too late. And we could apply the same if we look at socialization for primates, with the physical environment to promote psychological well-being passed and mandated in 1985, and still the majority of primates, who there are the exceptions, but the majority are social beings, and the majority are not kept in social housing situations.
Well, as you know, with the primates and that is, and you have to be careful in interpreting that one too, because there needs to be scientific justification to not being socially housed, or veterinary exemptions from it. And for instance, I routinely pair adult male macaques, and we were the first actual facility to, and Victor actually came, and I invited Victor over to come and consult with us. Reinhardt here with their program to implant implanted primates. We were one of the first, long before my tenure, to actually take monkeys out of a chair and say it wasn't good once you implant them. To maintain them in a chair, we're going to put them, let them have free roam in the cage. And so I think we have moved forward with that. I know our ACUCs are being very careful in their scrutiny of the justifications and what we do separate to do justice to the animal plus to the research. And those that are not pair housed, there's programs implemented so that we do not show the stereotypic signs of pain and distress. And where 23 years ago, common to see that, I'll be the first to admit. And now, since we've implemented the pair housing, the social housing, the enrichment policies, very uncommon to see it. And the other big advantage, even the scientists agree, is that the amount of the animals are calmer and easier to work with. And the amount of aggression out of the animals is actually less.
And if I could just say two things. One, which I think happened in your situation, and others, which is, there had been the worry about pair housing in those situations, but it was successful. And not only was it successful, but it seemed that the partner helped keep the areas clean. And so there was even that additional benefit that was coming.
And just like with humans, though, the research and scientists actually grappled with this, because when the pair was lost, the other animals stopped working commonly for a short term, could be a few weeks to a few months, because there's a grief issue with these animals too. So just to show that our acknowledgement of that is to try to get them repaired as quickly as possible, and to try to minimize these issues with the animals and try to deal with it. We're fortunate to have a PhD animal psychologist on our staff at NIH, which actually works with us in addressing some of these things like this.
Really quick, Peter, do you have a question?
It was about another topic, and I'll let it pass.
Okay. Other questions from the group? Yes, ma'am.
If I might just clarify one of the doctor's points. Indeed, as Kathy pointed out, scientists are continue to be very much in favor of covering birds, rats, and mice under the Animal Welfare Act. And in fact, in 2000, we were close to having that happen, correcting what the regulations had erroneously done for many years. Unfortunately, it was organizations supposedly representing scientists that went to Congress to request the language that we ultimately got, declaring that birds, rats, and mice are basically not animals. So there is that disconnect between what the scientists favor and what the organizations, to which many of them belong, advocate on the Hill, and that's where you get a lot of policy, issues arise.
Yeah, I mean, you're actually right. I mean, as we started the entire discussion, you understand top-down change occurs slowly. It's a process of iterative, bottom-up work, and of course, you have huge groups of advocacy on the bottom. Probably the biggest one, I would argue, is in fact the scientific community that recognizes it's very self-policing in a lot of ways. You know as well as I do that if individual XYZ is doing something ABC very bad, that gets out, and then that becomes appropriate for the entire community. So the self-policing nature of science as a profession, I think, has been very, very important, particularly in light of the past 20 to 30 years for a real call for more stringent bioethics across the board. And that really arose not only from the late 1950s and 1960s, but ever more with the rise of some of these more integrative scientific approaches in the 1970s, neuroscience being one of them. I mean, let's face it, I mean, the idea of changing law, even those countries where there are very, very strong animal protection laws on the books, for example, Germany with the Tierschutzgesetz, relies very strongly upon the scientific community for both its guidance and conduct. And the issue here is not a question of accusatorily pointing the finger at saying, looking at science, and impugning what science is doing, just the opposite. And it's saying is science learning from science, engaging what it's doing, needs to now be let out of that academic silo so as to be able to best inform policy guidelines and laws. And again, that's a very, very slow and arduous process, but I think that the voices that we have here suggesting that yes, these things have happened, never again. What must we do to begin to instantiate larger change is a critical point both in the discourse and in many ways a very dialectical approach. Yes, sir. And then
it's just unfortunate we live in a society also that use mice and rats as vermin. I've been appalled for years over the sticky traps. I actually climbed in a dumpster downtown once because I thought there was a racket. I thought it was a cat or something stuck in there, and there was a large rat stuck to a sticky trap. One to be allowed to just die from dehydration in there, and humanely euthanize the rat. But that's a component of this issue that we're dealing with public perception.
But the worry is with rats, mice, and birds that they had once been in the law and were actually removed from the law. And so that's a backward step that isn't very easily regained at all. And at the time, if they were covered under the law and USDA didn't have the resources to inspect all of them, they at least had the ability in the process of doing their inspection, if they came across animals in need, they could document it. Now they're prohibited from making mention of it in any inspection report. And so that is a loss that, as I say, isn't so readily regained.
It's changing. Let's take one more.
I'm an NSF program director in the Neural Systems Cluster, and I cannot approve any funding for any kind of rodent or fish that doesn't have an approved IACUC document in place. So money's not going out to fund any investigators without strict peer review and IACUC approval. That's the reality. And I think that your presentation was skewed in that it didn't show that the majority of investigators are conducting the research properly with a deep regard to their model system.
The problem here, though, is the fact that by their not being included in the Animal Welfare Act, they are excluded from the protections of the Act and the inspections. Not that they're not included in IACUCs and PHS, etc., but they are excluded from that extra layer of protection.
I understand that.
And there's also the small colleges that don't have any oversight whatsoever.
And that can be a hugely contentious issue, and not just, it's the high schools and et cetera, and so there's other things to go with that. What I'd like to take the opportunity at this point to do is, first of all, thank all of you who've remained. I mean, this is characteristic of the thinning audience syndrome, and I appreciate that. We did run a bit over, and I thank you for your patience. But also take this time to thank each and all of our speakers for their time. And again, to thank each and all of you, not only for coming to this event, but for your continued support and interest in what we do here at Center for Neurotech Studies and Capital Consortium of Neuroethics, Legal and Social Issues. As always, my thanks and gratitude extends out to you with sort of a little benefit of the day. You sat through all this, and so I think we should all break bread and have cheese and some wine together. So if we could adjourn directly next door, we have some wine and cheese for all of you. Hopefully you'll enjoy it. Thank you very much.